presented by Mr. Darden and Mr. Clark. Mr. Neufeld, is there something you need to take up?
Yeah, just to put you on notice, Your Honor, about 30 seconds ago, Mr. Clark furnished me with a 12-page single-space document describing how they calculated the numbers for the mixed stains, which was apparently created yesterday. All I'm asking for is we can either do it now, it'll take me about 20 minutes, or we can do a recess mid-morning for about 20 minutes. I'm going to need to examine this to the extent I have any objections about what they did here. As a foundation man, I want to put them on the record, but I'm going to have to review this document, and I obviously can't do it in the next 30 seconds.
Mr. Clark, when do you anticipate getting to the mixed stain calculations?
After the break,
All right.
if there's a mid-morning break.
So all I'm asking is give me a few extra minutes of that mid-morning break.
Sure, sounds reasonable. All right, let's have the jurors, please.
There's two brief items I'd like to bring up. The first is it's my request to use immediately the large light box.
Immediately.
First thing was some fairly brief testimony, and then ask that the jurors be allowed to walk by the light box. And I'm going to ask that be done in 2 segments because there are 3 sets of results and we can only put 2 up at once. It's going to be my request to show the Rockingham foyer, the boot drop, as well as the Bundy stain, that set of 6 auto rads across 1 row, and have the witness also use the single cocktail auto rad with the shoe print 56. Have the jurors walk by, and then do the same thing with actually almost no questioning at all with regard to the 6 auto rads that relate to the stop.
All right. Any comment, Mr. Neufeld?
Clarification, you want them to do 3 walkthroughs because there are 3 different sets of auto rads?
2 walkthroughs.
Because there are 2 different sets of auto rads.
3 different sets of auto rads.
Okay, but you can't get them all on at once, that's all you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
There's one other item, but I believe it can wait till the next break, and it relates to what the court had asked me to bring up before asking the witness questions about the stop.
Okay.
I have no objection to the walkthrough.
All right, let's get the monster in. I can't think of any other way to do it.
This example, when we're standing in the drift walk fast, what do you suggest? Just stick with where put on the stand, the drift going to walk fast. And maybe you have been showing at some point something.
Absolutely. In fact, are you going to put this up right now? How do you propose to put them up on the monster?
It was my plan place. I don't know if the court can see, but there are
The reason I ask is timing-wise, because I think Mr. Simpson's entitled to see how it's displayed to the jury.
It will be the first question I'll ask. You ask the witness to stand down in front of the light box and to describe a few things about the auto rads that will be placed up. So it will be the beginning, yes.
All right, are you going to have her place them as part of your presentation?
Yes. Although I could have them placed to begin with, I don't have any problem with that.
All right, why don't we place them first, and we'll allow Mr. Simpson to take a look. Just to make sure we're not going to overload our circuits here.
Yes.
Okay,
At least it didn't yesterday.
all right.
The jurors view it that we actually open up the other juror gate. We're going to move the chair so that they could walk in one direction. I think it might make for an easier
All right, makes sense.
walk by.
Easy is it to actually turn that around 180 degrees?
It does not go around completely 180. It goes to about an oblique 45.
No, I mean just turning it on its horizontal axis.
Good question. I think we'd have to try and see what we could do.
All right, never mind. Put the film up. All right, this is the first set. All right, you want to light them up? All right.
All right, we're in here.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Simpson, do you want to take a look? Let's just have, excuse me, counsel. Let's have Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Cochran. Phone's off over there as well.
Now the second set.
I think we can do that at the next break. Let's keep these up and let's get rolling with the jury.
Because once we're done, and this isn't going to take long, I was going to have the box fill out of the courtroom, so we won't have to deal with it.
Set them up.
Make is apparently they're able to get all the X-ray films up there at one time, and since the jury has already seen these X-ray films displayed through the Elmo, they've also had Dr. Cotton hold them up. That's twice. They're now going to see them a third time on here. I don't know why we have to have two walkthroughs. It seems like at a certain point it's not only repetitive, it's cumulative. That's the only thing I would comment on.
Mr. Clark?
They don't all fit. There's actually 3 sets. One of the sets has a single one. So they'd have to be smashed in where they all can't be seen.
The single one is simply item 56, which is blank, which they all have a copy of already.
All right. I think there's some benefit, though, to seeing them displayed side by side, so the objection will be overruled. All right, let's have the jurors, please. The jury door accessible there? Gentlemen, please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dr. Cotton, would you please rise? Mr. Clark, where do you anticipate questioning Dr. Cotton at this point?
I do at the rather large light box that we have in the courtroom.
All right. All right, good morning, Dr. Cotton. You're reminded you were still under oath. Mr. Clark, you may continue
Thank you.
and hopefully conclude.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Cotton, prior to the jury coming in, had you had an opportunity to put various of these x-ray films on this rather large light box that we have in the courtroom?
Yes.
And can you describe for us first which of the films are across the top row of the light box? And there appear to be 6 of them.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark, why don't you let counsel pass so that they can be in a vantage point? All right, Dr. Cotton.
The 6 films across the top are the films that have items 52, 78, and 12, along with the 3 known samples and the rest of the controls. The film that had all of dots all over it with the background isn't up here since we weren't really able to make any interpretation from it. And the first film is the cocktail of 4 probes. The 4 films following the cocktail are each the individual films or the individual probes that are part of that cocktail. And the very last film is the probe that is not part of the cocktail.
Let me stop you for a moment. The top row, does it then have the films that you actually showed on the overhead projector yesterday with regard to the Bundy stain, the
Yes,
Rockingham foyer stain,
yes,
and the boot stain?
yes, with the exception of the one that has background.
Now, on the lower row, there appears to be one more film. What is it?
That's the film that was also passed out to the jury that has item 56 and the 3 known individuals.
All right, then with the court's permission, I'm going to light the light box and then ask the jurors further questions. I'm sorry, ask the witness further questions.
Let's see.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Cotton, now that you have an opportunity to have all of these x-ray films on the light box at one time, would the fact that they're all together be helpful in explaining anything that yesterday you weren't able to explain as well because these films were not done all at one time or shown at one time?
There are 2 things that are useful in terms of putting them up on the light box. One is to just illustrate to you how they can be superimposed one on the other to identify the bands in the cocktail. And then also, this is a much more optimal way to view them, not from quite that far away, but in terms of seeing bands that are not very dark.
All right, with respect to the upper row then, can you point out for us what you're talking about and which of these films show, for instance, this lightness and darkness and so forth, that it would be helpful to see while they're up all at one time?
The only pattern that we need to pay attention to in terms of where do we have light bands is the item 52 pattern. And the bands are most clearly visible on the cocktail, but individually, one can go through and pick out bands in that. The other bands in the samples are pretty much easy to see, perhaps with 1 or 2 exceptions on item 78. So MS1 has a single band. It's up here where my finger is pointing for item 52. For MS31, the bands are quite easy to see. For MS43, again, they're very light, and 2 of them, for G3, they look fairly clear, but still light. And for YNH24, they are clear, but still light. So that is what you would be looking at if you were in the laboratory. You would be viewing it on a light box like this on your desk or on the counter or something.
And again, when you're referring to 52, you're referring to the stain from the Bundy walkway?
That's right.
Now, there's one more auto radiograph, X-ray that's down below, and I believe you said that's the particular film that was used in an attempt to type the shoe print number 56,
That's right.
and that yielded or produced no results, correct?
That's right.
Does that give you then the opportunity to show what a lane looks like that has no DNA in it versus lanes that have more DNA and then lanes with more DNA still, when you compare all 7 of these films?
Well, when you say it has no DNA in it, that's not literally correct. There was some DNA loaded, it just wasn't human. So there's no human DNA there. And it just is an example of a lane that has absolutely no bands in it at all.
All right. While these 7 films are present on the light box, is there anything further that you feel would be appropriate to point out in this comparison process?
Just in terms of understanding how these films relate to one another, let me pull one down and give an illustration, which won't be enormously easy to see, but hopefully you'll get the idea. Let's use, as an example, because it's fairly easy to see, let's look at item number 12. If we wanted to identify in item number 12 which of the bands here was produced by which probe, one can and here's the band I'm going to follow for MS1. Because these all came from the same membrane, they are superimposable. You can lay these one on top of the other, and I'm just now moved the top one slightly to the right, and I can see that the top band for item number 12 is the band that is produced by MS1, and they can be superimposed well enough so that now you can't really see that you have 2 films then.
Now, just for the record, Dr. Cotton, have you just taken the film that's labeled Exhibit 257B and placed it over the film labeled 257A?
Yes. And then you would go on and continue that process, and I won't go through all 6 films. But if you go on to the next film, MS31, you can do exactly the same thing. And I can determine from that the 2 bands that are in the middle here, the bottom 2 of this group of 3, are the bands in the cocktail that are produced by MS31. So once all the films have been completed, that's the procedure that you can use in the laboratory to go through and say, well, if I'm going to take my sizes from this film, which is the easiest thing to do, then I can identify which probes each of those bands comes from by simply superimposing them, by making that identification, and then noting that in your case materials.
All right, Dr. Cotton, while we have these films on board, I'd like you to assume, and let's start with number 56, the shoe print from the Bundy scene. I'd like you to assume that with regard to that particular blood stain, that was from a blood stainer, and that was found on a walkway outside in an area that has leaves and apparent soil nearby.
Objection, Mr. Packard, not in evidence.
And that item was collected during a late morning time period on a given day. I'd then like to shift your attention to item number 52 from the Bundy walkway. That would be referring you to the films that are Exhibit 257, A, B, C, and so forth. And I'd like you to assume that that was found on a concrete type driveway in an apparent cleaner area than item 56, but collected at approximately the same time that day, same day. And then lastly, I'd like you to assume with regard to item number 12, that in fact is blood staining from an indoor area that is inside a home on a floor, and that was collected later the same day in the late afternoon approximately. With those assumptions, do these results that you've obtained, are they consistent with degradation of DNA in relative amounts?
With the assumptions that you've just given me, the state of the DNA, the amount of degradation that we see in these three samples that you mentioned is consistent with the types of environment that you just described.
Why? Can you explain that?
There have been a number of experiments published and also based on our own experience and talking with people from other DNA laboratories. We know that if a sample is exposed to soil or leaves, the likelihood of getting DNA from that sample that is good enough to use for RFLP is very low.
All right. How does the comparison of these three items, how does that play a role in your conclusion?
If item 56 was in an area where there were leaves or dirt or soil, the fact that we did not get any human DNA, but we did get DNA that was possibly bacterial DNA, is consistent with the assumption that you asked me to make.
All right. What about then the relative conditions of the DNA with regard then to the Bundy stain 52 and the Rockingham Foyer stain number 12?
The Bundy stain 52 has less DNA and DNA which is more degraded than the DNA in item number 12. And if item number 12 was collected from a cleaner location than item number 52, that would be consistent with the condition of the DNA as it's seen on the autorads and as it was seen on the small gel that was done after the DNA extraction.
Incidentally, when, for instance, a human cuts himself or herself and begins to bleed, does one's blood, as it's coming from one's body, have bacteria in it?
Not unless one is very ill.
So the bacteria comes from where then?
The bacteria in the blood would be then coming from whatever the blood was deposited on.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, it would be my request that the jurors have an opportunity to walk by and examine these particular films while they're on the light box.
All right, let's have the jurors in row number 1 then, starting with juror number 1. You could file by the light box and then re-enter the jury box on the at the other jury door, please. And take your time. Mr. Clark.
Yes, thank you. Now, Dr. Cotton, if I could ask you to remove the films that are on the light box right now, which are People's Exhibits 257, I believe, A through.
The complete series of 257.
Complete series except for 257C. As well as Exhibit 246. And I'm going to ask you if you would now place on the board the films that constitute Exhibit 258A through F regarding the sock. Now, Dr. Cotton, with regard to People's Exhibit 258, those 6 films, first of all, with regard to the sock, are there any faint or weak bands that you need to point out?
No, there aren't.
Your Honor, again, with the permission of the court, may the jury view this set of autoradiographs.
While they're looking at that, may we approach for 1 second?
Sure. All right, the record reflects that each of the jurors has had and taken the opportunity to view both series of auto rads.
All right, Your Honor, may we remove the large light box?
Yes. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, in the course of your testing, you described earlier the fact that you tested a number of samples that you received using the PCR process.
That's right.
How did you decide whether, well, let me rephrase that. How did you decide whether to type a sample using PCR or RFLP or both?
If the DNA was in sufficiently good condition for both, we did both. If it wasn't in sufficiently good condition to do RFLP, we then did PCR.
With regard to the samples that you identified on those boards that had a number of different photographs of envelopes and so forth, did you in fact test those samples either by RFLP or PCR or both?
Yes.
And did you obtain results from a number of those samples?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to be marked as people's next in order what I believe could be described as the Bundy Results Board.
All right. 259.
And I'm going to also ask the court's permission to be able to place in the location under the projector screen with a second tripod the earlier board, Exhibit 165, that is the photo board for the Bundy crime scene.
Refresh my recollection as to 165. Do we have victims depicted?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Where's Mr. Neufeld? I was just making sure you were positioning yourself so you could see the.
Your Honor, incidentally, the defense has copies of these boards. They were given
All right.
with the material shown on them.
Just on arrangements.
On the arrangements?
In other words, with the new configuration of the courtroom, I have a suggestion about the boards. Oh, I see, it's that one. It's impossible.
And we may have to move it back to give Dr. Cotton some ingress egress there. All right, let's proceed. All right, Mr. Clark, the difficulty is the height of the Bundy board. 165.
All right, and perhaps as I refer to individual items, we can raise it or point out as necessary.
All right.
All right, Dr. Cotton, with respect to various items of evidence, and if I may, I will direct you to specific item numbers and a brief description of them. Do you have before you the results that your laboratory obtained, whether it's PCR results or RFLP results?
Yes, I do.
All right. Initially, were you asked and did you test an item number 47 described as first drop by the victims at Bundy?
Yes, we did.
What type of testing did you use with respect to that item?
PCR testing.
At how many markers? And we'll try to do this as to this first marker and perhaps shorten it with the remaining markers.
6.
And would one of those markers be DQ alpha?
Yes,
And the other 5 markers be what?
they are the 5 markers that compile the polymarker.
And did you obtain results from that testing?
Yes, we did.
All right. With respect to those results, can you describe what the DQ alpha result was?
The DQ alpha result was a 1.1, 1.2.
Now, I'm going to ask you, and perhaps have you had a chance to look at these results boards before, Dr. Cotton?
Yes, I have.
And have you had an opportunity to look at not only the various items of evidence that are listed on the board, but also the known types of the 3 people in this case, Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, and Ronald Goldman, that are listed at the very top of the diagram?
Yes, I have.
With regard to the known types, that is the DQ alpha types, are the types shown on this board, People's Exhibit 259, with respect to those 3 known persons, accurate?
Yes, they were.
Now, with regard to, again, item number 47, this first drop by the victims at Bundy, did you also obtain polymarker results at those 5 additional markers?
Yes, we did.
As a result of those, Dr. Cotton, but have I?
I can't see it.
Okay. With regard to what's beneath that cover that I just removed, and this is item number 47, your laboratory, it states DQ alpha 1.1, comma 1.2, and then it says polymarker included.
That would be correct.
You previously, or just a few moments ago, testified that these results, including all 6 of these genetic markers, exclude Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown, is that right?
That's right.
And is Mr. Simpson then included as a possible donor of that blood stain?
Yes, he is.
When you use the term included again, does that mean he is or is not a possible source of that DNA?
When you say that he is included, it means that he is a possible source.
Now, turning your attention to the next item on the board, which is labeled number 48, Bundy Walk, did you also test that sample using PCR?
I think I have to go to a different report, so you
All
need to
right.
give me a second.
Your Honor, while the witness is looking, I'm also going to remove the second magnetic portion of the board that's under the column not excluded relating to item number 47, the first drop.
Proceed.
Good thing these are getting lower too as we go.
Yes, we did have that sample.
And did you test that sample for the same 6 genetic markers using PCR?
Yes, we did.
With what result?
Did you want me to read the type or just?
Actually, were your results the same or different than 47, the first drop by the victims?
They were the same.
Does that mean then that the types were DQ alpha 1.1, 1.2, and as to the polymarker, an individual was included?
That's right.
Do those results include or exclude Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown?
They exclude Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown.
What about Mr. Simpson?
They do not exclude him.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to remove again both magnetic markers as to item 48, the Bundy walkway.
You may.
Turning your attention, Dr. Cotton, to number 49, another Bundy walkway stain. Did you type that particular evidence using these same 6 genetic markers using PCR?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
Mr. Simpson is included as a possible donor, and Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman are excluded as possible donors.
Now, does that include, or were your results as to number 49 on the Bundy walkway the same as for the first 2 items, 47 and 48, the other Bundy walkway stains?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, again, with the court's permission, I'm going to reveal the 2 appropriate
Yes.
covers.
Ms. Martinez, is it possible we could move the cart there just slightly? Thank you.
Now, referring you to what's marked number 50, bloodstains from the Bundy walkway, did you also test that sample?
Yes, we did.
Did you use the same or different genetic markers using PCR typing?
The same.
And with regard to the results, can you tell us what they were?
With regard to item number 50, Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman are excluded, and Mr. Simpson is included as a possible donor.
All right, Your Honor, with regard again to those results, I'm going to, with the court's permission, reveal the appropriate markers.
Proceed.
Turning your attention now to number 52, which is labeled the Bundy walkway. First of all, you've already described RFLP results with respect to that Bundy stain. Is that right?
That's right.
And I believe you described that there was a match between Mr. Simpson and this stain at a number of genetic markers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Or probes, as you've used the term?
That's right.
How many probes did Mr. Simpson match the 52 Bundy stain at?
5.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, there is a column with RFLP results, and I'm going to ask to be able to reveal that at this time also.
Proceed.
In other words, Dr. Cotton, was there a 5-probe match between Mr. Simpson and number 52, the Bundy stain, using your RFLP technique?
Yes, there was.
Did you also test that sample using PCR?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
If you'll have to wait just a second because I've thought I had turned to the correct page and I haven't. Oh, yes, I have. Okay.
Now, first of all, was that the same stain, and I'm referring to item number 52, that you discussed as far as RFLP results yesterday?
Yes, the same stain.
With what results as far as PCR is concerned?
The PCR results exclude Mr. Goldman and Nicole Brown, and they include Mr. Simpson.
All right, again, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to reveal the remaining 2 magnetic covers.
Yes.
Now I'd like to turn your attention to the shoe print, item number 56, which you've testified about already both yesterday and today as far as RFLP typing,
Yes,
and you obtained no RFLP results as to that shoe print staining. Is that right?
that's correct.
What about PCR? Did you obtain any results as to that item?
Yes, we did.
What were they?
We obtained polymarker results, and we did get some signal on the DQ alpha results, but there was no CDOT.
When you say no CDOT, what does that, is that one of the controls you described?
That's one of the controls, and because we didn't see a CDOT, we noted the types that we could see, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other types that we couldn't see.
Was there anything about, well, what types did you see as far as DQ alpha was concerned?
We,
Objection, Your Honor, we approach.
Sustain. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Was there anything about the results using DQ alpha that excluded Mr. Simpson?
using DQ alpha alone, given that we didn't see a CDOT, we can't exclude him.
What about the polymarker results?
The polymarker results the control turned out okay, and those results are, hang on one second. Those results are not consistent with Mr. Simpson.
With regard to the other two parties in this case, were those results consistent or inconsistent with them?
They are consistent with Nicole Brown and inconsistent with Ronald Goldman.
Let me stop you just for a moment, or go back if I can. When you said there was no CDOT on this DQ alpha marker, what does that mean?
The CDOT is designed to say that you have enough amplified product to reliably interpret your results. If you have no CDOT, then what that means is that you may have so little amplified product that you could have a person, for example, that had 2 alleles, but you might only see one of them. So your typing the type that you see is one of the types that is there, but it may not be all of the types that are there.
Is that one of the built-in controls in the test that you described previously?
Yes, it is.
With regard to this result from the shoe print then, and I'm referring then to the polymarker results, was a particular individual included?
Yes,
Who was that?
Nicole Brown.
All right, Your Honor, with regard to the shoe print, I'd ask the court for permission to remove those covers.
Yes.
An objection, may we approach?
Nope, it's already been taken care of. Objection's overruled.
Turning your attention, Dr. Cotton, to item number 78, the Ronald Goldman boot drop. You have already described RFLP results over the last couple days, correct?
That's right.
How many probes were actually used in this test of that boot drop?
5.
And that's the RFLP probes?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to remove the cover as far as RFLP testing is concerned.
Yes.
Did you also conduct PCR testing in that with regard to number 78, the boot drop?
Yes, we did.
And did you test that at these 6 genetic markers, including DQ alpha?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
The results indicate that there are a mixture of 2 people in the sample.
As far as those results, can you include or exclude any of the 3 persons, Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ronald Goldman?
Mr. Simpson is excluded, and Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman cannot be excluded.
All right, Your Honor, with this item, I'd ask for permission to remove the 2 magnetic covers.
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Pertlow, before you bring up something that's got a victim's body in it, would you warn me, please? I have, but
Now, as far as the polymarker results, well, let me go one step backwards. The DQ alpha results on the boot drop, they show what appear to be 3 types plus the possibility of a 4th.
That's right.
Is that what leads you to the conclusion that that is a mixture?
That's right.
Did the polymarker results also show a mixture?
The polymarker results don't have any locus that has 3 types in it, so it's not clear from the polymarker results alone that there's a mixture. And the differences in the intensities of the blue dots are not really quite good enough to indicate definitely that there is or is not. So the determination that there's a mixture relies on the DQ alpha results.
Now, as far as those DQ alpha results, there are 3 types listed, 1.1, 1.3, and 4. Did you obtain those types?
Yes, we did.
And then you also note, do you not, possible 1.2.
That's right.
Why is it a possible 1.2?
When you have more than one individual in the DQ alpha test, the way the strips are designed is that you wouldn't be able to definitively read the 1.2 if you have a certain combination of alleles and you have more than one person. If you only have a single person, there's no problem. So when there's clearly a mixture, which there is here, and you can't definitively say whether the 1.2 is there or not, then it's generally reported as you have the alleles that you can define, and you have a possible 1.2, and you can't say that it is or is not definitively there.
Now, turning your attention to what are listed as items number 84A and 84B, the left and right hand fingernail clippings and scrapings of Nicole Brown. Did you type those items using PCR?
Yes, we did, but you'll have to give me a second to locate the report.
All right, if you would.
Object to foundation on this, on those fingernail scrapings that come, I don't think they were sent directly from.
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark?
I believe that was a speaking objection.
It was?
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let the court report, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Clark, would you continue?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, with regard to 84A, and let's start there, Nicole Brown's left nail clippings, left knoll.
Start again,
Try again, Your Honor.
please.
With regard to number 84A, the left nail clippings and scrapings, did you test that particular item?
Yes, we did.
And did you subject that, or was it tested using PCR?
Yes, it was.
With what results?
We're now on 84A.
Yes.
Okay. The results from the PCR testing on 84A are consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson and exclude Ronald Goldman and Mr. Simpson.
All right, and that was at, again, 6 genetic markers?
That's right.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission as to that item, the left nail clippings and scrapings, I'm going to ask for permission to remove the covers.
Yes.
Turning your attention now to what's marked 84B, the right nail clippings and scrapings from Nicole Brown, did you also perform testing on that item?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
They are consistent with Nicole Brown, and they exclude Mr. Goldman and Mr. Simpson.
At the same 6 different markers?
That's right.
May I ask for the same permission, Your Honor?
Proceed.
Does that mean, Dr. Cotton, that you obtained the exact same results for 84A as you did for 84B, the clippings?
It does.
And then lastly, with regard to this item, 84B, referring your attention to the right scrapings, did you also test those using PCR?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
They are consistent with Nicole Brown, and Mr. Simpson and Mr. Goldman are excluded.
And were these the exact same results as in the earlier 2 nail clipping and scrapings results?
They are.
Your Honor, may I have the same
Proceed.
permission? All right, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this board now be taken down.
All right. And how about 165 as well?
Yes.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, I believe it was day before yesterday that you described with regard to your controls. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? You described a couple of days ago that with regard to all the controls and all of the tests that you did, that they all worked properly with the exception of, and I think you said there were weak reactions as to one sample. Is that right?
That's right.
Could you describe that more for the jury, please?
Yes, if you'd just give me a minute.
Sure. I'm going to ask that one of the previous drawings, Exhibit 254, be placed up so that the witness can refer to it for a few questions.
All right. I think we'll need to move that, exchange places with the large easel. All right, Dr. Cotton, do you have those results?
No, I need a couple minutes.
Mr. Park, would you have that sheet in your notes? All right, why don't you show that to Dr. Cotton?
All right.
Oh, yeah, why couldn't I find that? E1294.
Do you have that now, Dr. Cotton?
I do.
All right, if you would you describe what you meant by those faint reactions that you described a couple days ago?
With regard to sample, the sample which was item 7, we had done this PCR reaction and gotten a faint product, so we attempted to concentrate the sample and try it again. After that concentration step, we picked up 2 faint dots in the polymarker reagent blank.
Now, we have placed or had placed out here a drawing that you did entitled PCR Controls, which is labeled Exhibit 254. I'm going to ask you if you would step down from the witness stand and use that drawing to describe what you've just testified to.
This is the listing of the various controls that one normally does when you do a PCR reaction. For the sample that I'm referring to, the positive control was fine. And then we talked about 2 kinds of negative controls. One is started at the very beginning of the test and carried through just as if it was a sample, and that's the reagent blank. The second is added at the time the reaction is set up, and that's the negative control. In this case, with regard to this sample, it is the reagent blank control that showed 2 faint dots. And this control was carried through and amplified at the same time. A number of samples were amplified, and on its first amplification, it was fine. It didn't show any faint dots. Only after the manipulations that it went through along with item number 7 that needed to be concentrated, so the reagent blank was concentrated as well. At that point, when it was re-amplified and reanalyzed, then it showed a faint B at the D7S8 location and a faint C at the GC location. It didn't show any other dots. It didn't give a complete type. It didn't have a C dot or an S dot, but those faint dots were noted when the analyst and a second analyst read the results, and they're recorded in the casework notes.
What's the significance of seeing those two dots?
Well, there's two ways you could interpret that. One possibility is that there was a very, very low amount of contamination in the reagent blank to begin with, so low that it couldn't be amplified. That is, there was a tiny amount of human DNA there, but not enough to be amplified, not enough to see anything. And then in the process of concentrating that sample, you concentrated it just enough. That is, you reduced the volume, but you didn't reduce the amount of DNA, that now you're seeing these two faint dots, and they're barely detectable. The other scenario that would account for that is that the reagent blank was clean up until the point that the sample was concentrated, and the manipulation of putting it through the it's a little tiny thing, but putting it through this concentration step, somehow in doing that, we picked up a very small amount of contaminating DNA, and that's what we saw. And there's no way to know which of those two alternatives accounts for obtaining those two faint dots in the reagent blank, but those are the two possibilities.
How many samples were involved in this testing that had that faint reaction in the reagent blank?
Just one.
And I believe you said that was number 7?
That's number 7. Now, let me clarify that. That reagent blank was started with a series of samples, and I don't remember exactly, without going back to the notes, which samples it was started with, but it was several. Most of the samples typed just fine, as did the reagent blank produce no type on the first amplification. So the reagent blank for those samples is okay. It only affects we only looked at it and tried to take it into account with respect to item number 7, because that was the item that was then concentrated and then typed. And actually then it was typed, the pre-concentration was typed also, and all those results were consistent.
Item number 7 was a Rockingham driveway stain.
I believe so.
Now, as far as these controls, and first of all, did you ultimately report a result for number 7, the Rockingham driveway stain?
We did report a result.
Why is that okay to do under these circumstances?
The sample was amplified twice, before it was concentrated and after it was concentrated. In both instances, it gave exactly the same results. And the reagent blank dots that I described, whatever they were, the faint B and the faint C, were so light that we felt this could not possibly have compromised the types that we saw in that sample, and therefore we went ahead and reported it.
Now, on 254, you have listed at the bottom reagent blank control. Is that what we're talking about?
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, is that different from what you have above, the negative control?
Yes, it is.
How are those two different?
They are started at different times.
And as far as this particular evidence was involved, did you get any reactions or sign of contamination from the negative control?
No, we didn't.
With regard to your testing, is there any other evidence of contamination whatsoever in any of your tests in this case?
No.
All right, if you could you have a seat back on the witness stand, Dr. Cotton? Thank you. Dr. Cotton, you also described the fact when you were going through one of the boards, and I believe it was yesterday, as far as some of the evidence items that you received some unstained or substrate controls as well?
That's right.
As far as this,
Excuse me, would you pull the microphone close to you, please?
Oh,
Thank you.
As far as the Bundy crime scene, did you receive unstained controls for one of the Bundy walkway stains, number 49, as well as the shoe print 56?
Yes, we did.
Did you test those for any DNA in them?
Yes, we did.
With what results?
No results. We didn't get any types, any dots.
As a DNA,
Nothing.
I'm sorry,
We got nothing.
as a DNA analyst, is that important in any way because it was a substrate control?
Well, it tells you that the immediate, I don't know, I don't have personal knowledge of where that substrate control was taken, but generally it would be taken close to the stain. So it tells you that the surrounding or the area from which the substrate control, which was, if I can assume it was close to the stain, didn't have DNA in it, so that the DNA that you get from the sample is DNA from the stain.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention back to the fingernail scrapings and clippings that were number 84. That is from Nicole Brown.
Yes.
The items that you actually received for DNA typing came from whom?
They came from the Department of Justice.
Is that the California Department
Yes.
of Justice?
Excuse me, Dr. Cotton, would you allow Mr. Clark to finish asking the question before you start to answer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What form did they come to you in? And I'm talking about just the fingernail scrapings and clippings,
They were already extracted DNA.
meaning they came to you in what form? Can you just
They
describe that?
came in it was a very small volume of liquid in a very small tube.
Now I'd ask, Your Honor, that be marked as the People's next exhibit, which I believe is 260, what can be described as the Bronco Results Board?
260. And Mr. Clark, we're going to break at 10:30.
Very good.
Ms. Olson, are you going to be with me all morning? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Cotton, incidentally, with regard to what has been described as the Bronco automobile, did you test one item of evidence from that particular location?
Yes, we did.
And can you describe what that piece of evidence was?
Can you give me an item number?
Sure. If I can direct your attention to what's been described as item number 29, the Los Angeles Police Department item number, and described as the steering wheel.
Okay, you have to give me a minute now to find that report.
All right.
Which item is this on the board?
Item number 29.
All right, we're fine.
Having a little trouble going back and forth between our numbers and the item numbers.
Take your time, we don't want to confuse these.
Okay.
Mr. Clark, do you have a date on this or anything that can assist Dr. Cotton? You found
I
it?
have it, yes.
All right, Mr. Clark.
All right, Dr. Cotton, did you in fact test that item number 29?
Yes, we did.
And what did you test it by? What method?
Using the DQ alpha and the polymarker test.
Were these the 6 genetic markers again?
Yes.
What results did you obtain?
We obtained results that indicated there was a mixture in that item.
And with regard to that mixture, let's start with the DQ alpha results. What were they?
A 1.1, a 1.2, and a 4.
did you also test that particular item using these 5 poly markers?
Yes, we did.
First of all, did the results of that test indicate the possibility of a mixture?
The results of the poly marker also indicate that there's a mixture.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to remove the first magnetic cover as to item 29.
Proceed.
Dr. Cotton, with regard to that series of results or what's written that I've just revealed with the magnet, does that accurately describe the results you obtained?
Yes, it does.
As far as the 3 individuals, that is Mr. Simpson, Nicole Brown, and Ronald Goldman are concerned, can you make any conclusion about who was included or excluded from that result?
Mr. Simpson is included. Mr. Goldman is not included. And Nicole Brown could be included.
All right, so as far as individuals who are not excluded, that would be whom?
Ronald Goldman.
I'm sorry, not excluded?
Oh, sorry, that would be Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to reveal that marker. And in fact, Dr. Cotton, should there be an additional name up there from these three parties? Since there's one name at the moment.
Yes,
And who would that be?
Nicole Brown.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to simply write in that name if that's acceptable. Or ask the witness to.
No, why don't you proceed?
Proceed with writing.
Yes.
For the record, I've written in the name Brown beneath Warrenville Simpson on this particular exhibit.
All right. Proceed.
Is this the only item you tested as far as you know from the Bronco automobile?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Now, as far as this particular item, did you also receive an unstained control for item number 29?
Yes, we did.
Did you test that using this PCR typing process?
Yes, we did.
With what result?
There were no results for that unstained control.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to another board, which I believe would be People's Exhibit 261.
All right. Before we do that, why don't we take our break?
That's fine.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for the morning session. This might be slightly longer than our normal recesses. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't discuss the matter with anybody else. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. And we'll stand in recess. All right? Thank you. Mr. Cochran's put his newspaper away. All right, just so the record's clear, counsel, Mr. Neufeld has asked for some additional time to review the report from Dr. Weir. Is that correct, Bruce Weir?
That's correct.
All right, and our agreement is that if the prosecution concludes that they'll be allowed to reopen, and it'll be made clear to the jury that they're being allowed to reopen it. And the reason is that the defense needed some additional time to consider the report.
In fact, not only were they allowed to be reopened, but given the court's earlier ruling, they are compelled to reopen, actually, so they can express those frequencies.
Well, it depends on which spin you want to put on it.
Never felt compelled to reopen before.
All right?
2 items that I wanted to bring up to the court. One we've already mentioned. I'll deal with that second. The first is that it's our intent to bring out from this witness, Dr. Cotton, population frequency data that includes not only those markers tested in her laboratory, now this is PCR only that I'm referring to, DQ alpha and polymarker, but also to incorporate D1S80 results obtained by the Department of Justice. And the reason for that is to avoid having to bring witnesses back and forth in this somewhat combined nature of testing in this case. And I want to bring that up to the court before I laid a foundation for her knowledge of that marker and so forth.
DS 180,
D1S80.
D1S80.
And the idea is to avoid calling Dr. Cotton again as a witness following the Department of Justice's results. I think it's perfectly appropriate to do so. We know the evidence is going to show these results. So I don't think there's any problem of foundation. It's more order.
Mr. Neufeld, any comment?
Well, Your Honor, there's not even been any results yet about D1S80 testing. There's been no foundation for the D1S80 test results yet, not even the normal foundation. There's no reason why they can't have Gary Sims, once he puts in his data, then looks at the cell mark numbers and compounds it or multiplies it with his own data. One moment. And if it's not going to be Gary Sims, it's going to be Renee Montgomery, who also they put on their witness list as someone who will be testifying from DOJ. I mean, there's really no reason to do it in this instance. And it seems like if you simply balance the interests here, to have them put in numbers on evidence that the jury hasn't even heard about yet is highly improper. And Robin Cotton doesn't have to come back. They can have those numbers combined by the witnesses who put in the other data.
Mildly unusual.
Well, I don't think it's that unusual. It's because of the order of proof of these witnesses. But I think Mr.
But we're talking about here tests that haven't even been presented to the jury, tests that the jury only vaguely expects since they see DOJ and they've seen the boards and they know that there'll be some testing from DOJ. But to include testing results that have not even been presented even in a basic form yet to the jury without even understanding what the test is, that's and given the significance and breadth of the testing, I'm having a problem with that, Mr. Clark.
Well, if Mr. Neufeld's going to stipulate to Mr. Sims' ability to make these calculations, then that may be a different matter, and we may agree to that. He's just said, which is totally contrary to what, for instance, his attack was, at least by way of objection, to Dr. Cotton's qualifications. Now, I think it's our right to be able to present this from the witness or witnesses we choose. Mr. Sims will provide, for instance, calculations that that involve testing that doesn't involve the same item also tested by cell mark. So I think it's our right to be able to present that through that witness, and I think under these circumstances, it's clear this evidence is coming in. The objection to the admissibility, for instance, of D1S80 results was waived, so we know this evidence is coming in. And I think just simply as a matter of the court's discretion, it can allow this witness to describe that. In other words, in terms of frequency data, because we know it's going to be admissible as a result of the defendant's waiver of his initial motion attacking this evidence.
Even with the initial motion, Your Honor, there's still the normal foundation requirements, and there's been absolutely no witness testifying to any of the testing methods, that they were the same generally accepted methods used in this particular case, that they were actually done, and what the results were. Robin Cotton would be testifying completely on the basis of hearsay as to the typing, as to the results, and as to the frequencies. That's three different major issues which the court's going to have to make a preliminary decision on, forgetting Fry, forgetting all those other issues. I just think it's just not fair at all. They'll be able to call their witness, whoever their witness is they want, who lays a proper foundation, has the credentials, and can testify to frequencies, and can then take the frequencies articulated by Robin Cotton and multiply them or add them or do whatever she intends to do with them to compound them, but not to do it this way.
I think this could be offered as a hypothetical. Talk about a good faith basis for some of the questions that have been asked. I mean, this couldn't be any clearer.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think that this is so broad and the foundational basis that needs to be laid for yet another PCR test and for the appropriate procedures and all of that to allow in results before any of that is done. I think the court in its discretion with regards to the order of proof will sustain the objection.
All right, could I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Certainly.
Just with regard to this process, it will put us in the position of having to bring Dr. Cotton back another time. And I think based on all of this evidence and the fact that we have it available, it's certainly in good faith that we legally have the right to do so. And I think under these circumstances, the court should.
All right, noted. Denied.
Very good. In that event, we're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Let's have the jury. Be seated. All right, Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cotton, if we can, I'd like just to go back to the results from the Bronco, that is the steering wheel stain, item number 29. You have described the fact that Mr. Simpson is not excluded or could have been a person who provided that blood stain. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And let's just start with DQ alpha. How do you know that? What about those results let you know that?
Item 29 has the following alleles for DQ alpha. It has a 1.1, a 1.2, and a 4.
If I could, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you if you would to point to the board as far as those markers that you just described for DQ alpha so that we can all see that.
Steal my pointers? All right.
Okay, Mr. Simpson is shown at the very top of the board, and he has a 1.1 and a 1.2. The steering wheel item 29 sample has a 1.1 and a 1.2 and a 4. So two of the alleles or types that are found on the steering wheel are the same as Mr. Simpson's type. So he would be included based on the DQ alpha results as being a possible donor to the DNA taken from item 29.
Without getting into the individual types of the 5 polymarkers, was the same also true based on your typing results from that particular set of markers?
Yes, it was.
Now, what about Nicole Brown? You described the fact that she also could be a donor of that stain.
That's correct.
What do you base that conclusion on?
Nicole Brown has a 1.1 type. She has two 1.1 alleles. There is a 1.1 in the steering wheel, and therefore, based on the DQ alpha results, she would also be included as a possible donor to that mixture of people.
What statement, if any, can you make about that DQ alpha 4 that's also a result obtained from this steering wheel?
The DQ alpha 4 is shared with the allele 4 for Mr. Goldman. but his allele 1.3 isn't visible in the DQ alpha type from the steering wheel. So that 4 comes from someone, but we can't make any determination as to who.
As far as the results, and let's take the results you obtained in this case, and let's take the steering wheel stain as an example. This is a mixture, correct, what you tested?
Yes.
As far as when portions of a mixture may have been left on that steering wheel, can you scientifically state that they occurred at the same time?
No, absolutely not.
All right. If I could then, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be marked as People's Exhibit 261, a further results board,
All right.
which can be described, I believe, as the Rockingham residence. And I believe that's right behind the current board.
All right. 261. And we'll need to raise that up.
Now, Dr. Cotton, referring you to this third results board labeled Rockingham residence, and in particular to an item marked number 7, Rockingham driveway,
Yes,
I believe you even discussed this item a little bit earlier this morning. Is that right?
yes,
Did you, in fact, use that particular evidence stain from the Rockingham driveway and type it using the PCR technique?
yes, we did.
With what results?
The results that we got DQ alpha types, we got polymarker results. There was no C dot, again, on this DQ alpha type. So although we saw some dots and we recorded those, there was no C dot for the DQ alpha. The polymarker results had the appropriate control dot and they were reported.
As far as these DQ alpha results on the Rockingham driveway stain number 7, did you say that you don't, well, let me rephrase that. You didn't see a C dot, is that right?
That's right.
And as part of your protocol, what effect does that have on your results?
Well, it's the same thing that I said earlier this morning. That means the types that you have are types that are in that sample, but you cannot be guaranteed that there are not types that you're not seeing. That is, there may be types in the sample that you are not seeing in your DQ alpha results.
Was there anything about the types that you did see that excluded, for instance, Mr. Simpson?
No, there were not.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to reveal the first magnetic cover.
Proceed.
And as far as these results, Dr. Cotton, can you make any statement about the 3 parties in this case, whether any of them can be included or excluded from these results?
Based on the polymarker results, the Mr. Simpson can be included, and Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman are excluded.
And again, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll remove that from you.
See.
Just for the record, should be noted,
Same
same
objection.
objection I made before, be a standing objection for similar situations.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Let's turn to what's marked number 12, the Rockingham foyer stain. Do you recall that?
I do?
And you testified yesterday, as well as this morning, about the fact that that stain was tested using the RFLP method,
That's right.
and there was a match obtained to Mr. Simpson. Is that right?
That's correct.
At how many probes?
5.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to remove that label.
Proceed.
And then let's turn to the PCR results on that particular stain. Did you obtain some?
Yes, we did.
What were they?
The results that we obtained on item 12 indicate that Mr. Simpson is a possible donor, and Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman are excluded as possible donors.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, again, may I remove those labels?
You may.
Other than the fact that with regard to the Rockingham's driveway stain number 7 and the fact that no CDOT was observed, are the types you actually detected the same in both number 7 and number 12, the Rockingham foyer stain, as far as the PCR results themselves?
Yes, the types that we saw are the same.
And they both include Mr. Simpson, but exclude both Ronald Goldman or Nicole Brown?
Yes.
As far as number 7 is concerned, the driveway stain, did you even attempt RFLP typing?
I don't know, we didn't.
Why not?
The stain was too degraded, the DNA was too degraded.
All right. As far as the particular items in this case, were you provided an unstained control from either of these stains?
For 12 and 7,
And did you test those? I'm sorry. Are you able to determine if you obtained controls for each of those items or one item or what?
probably so, but are they in the set of controls that we obtained at the very end?
I believe so, if that will help you locate the
It
document.
would. Yes.
And was that both 7 and 12 or just one or the other?
It was both 7 and 12.
And were these unstained substrate type controls that you were asked to test?
Yes, they were.
Did you obtain any DNA results from either one of those controls?
We did not obtain any results from either of those controls.
Now, taking you back to item number 7, the Rockingham driveway stain, I believe you said the DNA was too degraded to use RFLP typing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means that the DNA had been broken up in a random manner by whatever effects it was exposed to. And so the pieces were basically too small to give an RFLP result.
And therefore you turn to PCR
PCR.
typing. All right. With respect to these substrate controls, again, what does that negative result mean to you as an analyst?
It means that from wherever the substrate control was taken, presumably in an area close to the stain, that there was no DNA in that area.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to turn to one final results board. I believe that would be People's Exhibit 262. I believe it can be described as the results board for the socks.
All right, 262, results board, socks.
Dr. Cotton, referring you to this new board that's been marked or will be marked People's Exhibit 262 that refers to the Rockingham socks, you have already described RFLP testing that was conducted on stain material provided to you. Is that correct?
Yes?
And you described that material or that blood staining as matching Nicole Brown. Is that right?
That's correct.
At how many probes?
At 5 probes.
Did you also, and Your Honor, may I remove the RFLP results?
You may.
Dr. Cotton, you described the fact that that 5-probe match was with Nicole Brown. Is that right?
That's right.
May I also remove that cover, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, turning your attention, Dr. Cotton, if I can, to PCR testing, was that also done on this DNA, this bloodstain material from that sock?
Yes, it was.
With what results?
The results from the PCR testing, which is DQ alpha and polymarker, include Nicole Brown as being a donor and exclude Mr. Goldman and Mr. Simpson.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, may I remove the final cover?
You may.
Does that mean then, Dr. Cotton, that not only RFLP typing matched Nicole Brown, but so did 6 additional genetic markers using PCR?
It certainly does.
Now, Dr. Cotton, I'd like to turn your attention to and return for a few moments to population frequency data. You use frequency data again in your description of the meaning of results, is that right?
That's correct.
And the reason for that again is what?
For any set of genetic markers, a particular combination might be more common or less common depending on the alleles, because some alleles are common and found in lots of people, and some alleles are not very common and not found in very many people. So it's a way to say this is a common type or a rare type that we've identified in a particular sample.
Now, you described a couple days ago about determining this estimate, this means of providing some description about how rare or common types are that may be shared, as being able to be used when more than one genetic marker is concerned. Is that right?
That's right.
How do you do that?
Essentially, you're saying, how often do I see the set of characteristics in the first genetic marker I look at? And then how often do I see the set of characteristics in the second genetic marker I've looked at? So the overall combination is that how often would I see the combination genetic characteristics from the first marker and the second marker would be the product of those two numbers. That is, you would multiply them together, and that would give you the overall estimation of how often you would see the group of characteristics from two markers. If you added an additional marker, then you would multiply that in as well, and so on.
Why is it appropriate or okay to do that, to provide this estimate?
As long as the markers are inherited independently and are statistically independent of each other in their inheritance, that is, they need to be on separate chromosomes, but also people would ask, are they statistically independent? As long as they're independent of one another, then the appropriate mathematical calculation is to multiply those individual frequencies of occurrence together to get the overall frequency of occurrence.
Now, with regard to this, and I believe you said different chromosomes, is that right?
That's right.
Do you, in fact, use, and let's look at RFLP typing first, do you use probes that are on different chromosomes or the same chromosomes?
Of the 5 probes that we used, they are all on different chromosomes with one exception. That is, 2 are on the same, although they are located at a considerable distance apart, which means that they also would be inherited independently. And the remainder are on 4 additional and different chromosomes.
That was going to be my next question. How can you use, for instance, these 2 probes or 2 genetic markers that you said were on the same chromosome?
It's the long explanation, which I won't try to give you, has to do with how DNA is distributed when eggs and sperm are created. That is, because they each have half. When 2 markers are relatively far apart on a chromosome, the chances of them being passed on to an offspring are equal. That is, it would be they wouldn't tend to be passed along together. And if I'm not doing this part very well. If 2 markers are close together on a chromosome, when that DNA goes into an egg or a sperm, they tend to go together. There is exchange of DNA between the chromosomes while eggs and sperm are being created, so that if 2 markers are far apart, they are not any more likely to go into the into the same egg or sperm as two markers that are on different chromosomes. That's the best I can do without giving a long biology lesson.
All right, with regard to these two markers that are on the same chromosome, have you done or have you established or shown to your satisfaction or other satisfaction that in fact they're not inherited together?
The work was not done at Cellmark. The work was originally done by Alec Jeffries, and he established that they are, in fact, sufficiently far apart to be considered to be inherited independently.
Now, you've described this multiplication process, that is, the frequency at one marker, the frequency at the next marker, and so forth. Is that any different than what has been used in these conventional serology cases about which we spoke for a number of years?
No, it would be the same calculation as used in conventional serology.
Now, as far as calculating frequencies, did you calculate frequencies in this case based on your laboratory's results?
Yes, we did.
And was that for the various samples that you have described over the last 2 days?
Yes.
First of all, do you keep databases in your laboratory?
Yes, we do.
What are those?
It's basically a sample of a population of people from which you will derive your estimation of how often you would see a particular genetic characteristic.
And what purpose do you use these databases for?
To ultimately assign a frequency to the genetic characteristics in a particular test, and then assign an overall frequency for some combination of characteristics.
As far as these RFLP results in this case, and I believe you've described samples that match, for instance, Mr. Simpson, is that right?
Yes,
As well as samples that match Nicole Brown.
yes.
Do you compare those set of characteristics, or have you compared those set of characteristics to the number of individuals in your databases?
Yes, we have.
Did they match, did either one of them match anyone in your databases?
No, they do not.
Now, as far as your calculation, actually, let me ask another question. As far as your calculation of frequencies in this case, are those simply estimations of how rare these matching characteristics are?
Yes.
What role, and I think you touched on this day before yesterday, what role do major racial groups have in this frequency calculation process?
For some genetic characteristics, they can be more common. Let me give a concrete example. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier. Let's just take DQ alpha, for example. And I'm making up these figures since I don't remember the real ones. Let's say the type 1.1, 1.1. It could be very common in Caucasians and very rare in Hispanics, or it could be very common in Caucasians and very rare in blacks, or the reverse. And so in order to give a appropriate range of how common or rare a set of characteristics is, it is usual to say this is the figure for how often you would see this in Caucasians, this is the figure for how often you would see this in African Americans, and this is the figure for how often you would see this in Hispanics. And if you had other racial databases at your disposal, you could go on and do that for other groups as well.
Why don't you simply calculate an estimate of the frequency based on one group as opposed to another?
Well, you could. It would sort of give you an overall kind of averaged figure, but it wouldn't give you the range of figures that using individual racial groups would, and therefore using individual racial groups is generally considered to be a more informative way of giving that number.
In the way you calculate these estimates, do you take any steps along the way? Well, do you have to make decisions about kind of which way to do something when you calculate these frequencies? Does that make any sense?
No.
Okay, let me try that again then. Do you take any steps along the way to ensure that you're not making something sound as far as a match rarer than it really is?
The particular steps that are taken, let me just first refer to RFLP, because this is really where that question becomes applicable. If you remember a couple days ago, I guess, I talked about, we sort of drew out a small database of 5 people and talked about looking at a window of sizes around a particular DNA fragment size. And it's that window that you are using to reflect the accuracy of your gel system and to not overestimate how rare a particular characteristic is.
As far as this calculation process itself, do you go through it whether it's an RFLP type test or a PCR type test that's used?
Yes.
Are there different, I think you said that there were a little bit different considerations in each of the two, is that right?
In the PCR test, when you have, say, a 1.1 allele, you don't have any particular window you need to put around that. That's clearly defined as a 1.1. It's not close to a 1.1. It doesn't have the same features of creating a DNA fragment size where you know that that fragment size is also an estimation. So you have a 1.1 and you don't need to build a window around that, so you can go directly to your database and use the frequencies in the database that you have available to you.
Now, as far as these various samples, do you calculate then this estimate, or did you calculate this estimate based on different major racial groups?
Yes, we did.
Can you describe what those racial groups are?
We did the RFLP and the PCR estimates for African Americans, Caucasians, and Hispanics.
Why do you use those groups?
Those are the groups that we have data on at Cellmark. And in addition, the PCR data, some of that population data was compiled from other laboratories as well. The only other major racial group that one might use in the United States might be Oriental, which would include Japanese and Chinese and Korean and so on. We do not at Cellmark have a population database that's currently in use for that racial group, so we aren't providing any statistical estimates for that group.
As far as these racial groups, and you've described that you have reported, for instance, in this case, results from 3 major groups.
That's right.
What about the existence of other population groups around the world? There's more than 3, obviously, and you've named a 4th.
Is that a question?
I think that's a question, but I better make sure it's a question. You've just named a 4th group, for instance, that you don't report results for.
That's right.
And I believe you described the fact that that's because you don't have database material. Is that right?
That's right.
How do you know when you report frequencies from these 3 groups that you did perform that estimation process in this case, that somehow you're not overstating the rarity dramatically or significantly when other population groups may have, in fact, a more common set of these characteristics?
Besides the population data that's available in our laboratory, there is an enormous amount of population data that's been produced by forensic laboratories all over the United States and all over Europe and a few laboratories elsewhere, including Australia and Japan. The system that we use that I discussed for this testing is not, I can't take our population data at Cellmark and compare it to population data that's been produced by the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the California Department of Justice, because we used a different restriction enzyme. And if you'll just accept for the moment that that makes the DNA sizes a little bit different. However, the European community uses the same enzyme that we do. So there's been a lot of work, mostly spearheaded through the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to get all of the population data that's been obtained all together in one major volume. And when you look at all of this data together, what you see is that there are some differences in the populations, but they're not huge for RFLP loci, for those loci. This is not applicable. What I'm saying is not correct about the PCR loci. So I'm just talking about RFLP. So that you could go on and do more racial groups, but they would continue to produce numbers in the same range that you're getting with 3 or 4. So it would be a more refined estimate, but it wouldn't really provide you with a huge amount of information that you aren't already getting with 3.
Now, I believe you said it does not apply to the PCR groups. What do you mean?
The PCR locations that we've tested here do differ significantly from one racial group to the next. So if you did more than 3 groups, you might still see some differences. That is, you might get something that's more common than the 3 examples that we've provided, or less.
Did you report estimated frequencies, in other words, estimates of how rare matching characteristics are in the 3 major racial groups you've described?
Yes, we did.
Now, as far as those estimates, can you or will you be able to tell us basically the range, that is, amongst those 3 groups, as far as a set of characteristics on a sample, let's say, which is the most common group, that is the group with the most common estimate, versus the group with the least common or rarest estimate?
Yes.
Would that then, by doing so, represent the range of rarity of matching characteristics?
Yes.
Oh, well. Now, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to return to the Bundy Crime Scene Results Board, Exhibit 259.
Right. And let me see counsel at sidebar with report of this. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
All right, Dr. Cotton, referring you to the board that's been marked People's Exhibit 259, in particular, item 47, first drop by the victims at Bundy.
Yes.
Did you, in fact, calculate an estimate of the rarity of individuals having the characteristics or those genetic marker types at the 6 markers, DQ alpha plus the poly markers, and Mr. Simpson?
Yes, we did.
Did you, in fact, in doing so, use these 3 racial categories?
Yes, we did.
And did they present you with, well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Did you then obtain estimates that ranged from a low for one group, whatever that group may be, to a high for another group, whatever remaining group that is?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you then describe, may I have just a moment, Your Honor? Can you describe for us, with regard to this evidence item, approximately how rare those characteristics are that are shared by that bloodstain and Mr. Simpson, and start with whatever group you would be easiest to, and tell us that approximation? Does that make any sense?
What do you mean start with whatever group?
Well, let's start with Caucasians, for instance.
Oh, I see. Okay. And we're working on item 47, right?
Correct, and this would be using the DQ alpha and poly markers.
Did you want me to just give the most common and the most rare?
Let's start with the most common.
The most common would be for African Americans, and that would be 1 in approximately 5,200.
I'm going to have you write those on the board if you would in just a moment, but could
Okay.
you tell us the group that would be the next most common?
The next most common would be Hispanic, and that figure would be that that set of types was found in approximately 1 in every 32,000 Hispanics.
And then what would be the rarest racial group as far as these characteristics?
For these set of characteristics, the most rare frequency that we determined was for Caucasians, and it would be 1 in 56,000.
All right, Dr. Cotton, with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to write to the far right of item 47 under the column marked frequency, and start with the most common estimate in terms of the racial group wherein these characteristics are most common. And if you would write that number, then write in the word 2 just to indicate the range, and then the least common or rarest calculation or estimate you just provided.
Okay.
And I have a red pen if that would help. Is that diagram low enough for you to write on?
Yes.
All right.
May not be steady enough. Mr. Fairlow, do you want to hold on to that, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clark.
All right, Dr. Cotton, we'll move a little faster with the succeeding ones, but I want to ask you a couple of questions first. When you have provided this range of from 1 in 5,200 people to approximately 1 in 56,000 people, is that simply an estimate across these 3 racial groups of approximately how common or rare these DNA types are that are shared by this bloodstain and Mr. Simpson?
Yes, you've stated it exactly right.
Turning your attention now to the Bundy walk stain, item number 48. First of all, were those results as far as DQ alpha and polymarker is concerned the same as item 47?
Yes, they were.
All right, and perhaps we can make this a little faster. Is that also true as to the other Bundy walk stains as far as PCR testing is concerned, items number 49, 50, and 52?
Yes.
All right, what I'm going to ask you to do then, Dr. Cotton, is as to those 4 items, 48, 49, 50, and 52, the Bundy walk stains, would you again place those frequencies in the appropriate boxes for your PCR testing at Cellmark?
Yes.
All right, could you go ahead and do so? And on 52, if you can wait just a moment, I believe there's 2 rows there, and I believe it would be the lower row for PCR. Your Honor, maybe we remove that marker?
Yes.
And if you could, in a somewhat smaller box, write that in. Thank you, Dr. Cotton. As to these PCR results, if any of these stains were also tested at an additional marker after using PCR, and that marker was independent of the 6 that you tested at Cellmark, if those characteristics matched, Mr. Simpson, would the estimate be rarer?
Yes.
Why?
If you take these figures and you add in yet another genetic marker, you're going to be multiplying some frequency, which will be less than 1, and then taking the inverse, which is how you get the 1 in some number. And that will mean it will of necessity make these numbers more rare.
Turning your attention again to the Bundy stain, item number 52, did you also calculate an estimate of the frequency for the RFLP matching characteristics to Mr. Simpson at 5 different probes?
Yes, we did.
Did that also, or have you also reported an estimate across these 3 different racial or ethnic groups?
Yes, we have.
All right, could you again describe, first orally, in what group those characteristics were most common?
If you'll just give me a minute.
Sure.
The RFLP pattern from item 52, when that was used to calculate a frequency, the frequency that is calculated for African Americans and Caucasians is the same, and those estimations are that that set of characteristics would occur in approximately 1 in 170 million individuals. The frequency for Western Hispanics is more rare than that, and that frequency is that same set of RFLP characteristics would occur in approximately 1 in 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion?
Yes.
Now, as far as that estimate for African Americans and Caucasians, does that mean that these characteristics that Mr. Simpson has that are also found in the Bundy Walk bloodstain are only found in approximately 1 out of 170 million Caucasians or African Americans?
Yes, approximately.
All right, if you would then, with that stain, and there's a little box just above the last PCR box you wrote in that will describe RFLP, could you write in that range, the high and the low? Dr. Cotton, the difference in the numbers between those estimates provided by PCR and the estimates that you've just provided as a result of the RFLP matches with Mr. Simpson seem to be quite a bit different mathematically. Is that right?
Yes, they're very different.
Why is that?
The RFLP markers have a much, much greater level of variation in the population than the PCR markers. If you had to make them sort of in order, the RFLP markers would be at way one end of the continuum, then you'd sort of move down a ways and you'd see DQ alpha, and then you'd move down yet further, and if you looked at the individual markers that are part of the polymarker system, they're not very informative individually. That's why you use them as a group of 5. So the RFLP is much more discriminating of a test in terms of separating human beings one from the other.
Now let's turn, if we can, to the shoe print, number 56. And that included results at both DQ alpha and the 5 polymarkers, correct?
Yes.
Now the DQ...
No, we didn't include the DQ alpha frequency.
That's just what I was going to ask next. As far as the DQ alpha result that's written in, those were the types you observed on the shoe print, 1.1, 1.1, correct? As far as actual types that were detected.
As far as the actual types observed, yes.
Now, because there was no C dot or control dot, do you use that result for DQ alpha in calculating an approximate or estimate of the frequencies of individuals who have those polymarker or DQ alpha characteristics?
No, we did not include it in the calculation of the frequency. We only used the information from the polymarker where we did get an appropriate control dot.
Is that to ensure that when you provide these estimates, you're only doing it for markers and tests that have worked properly?
Yes.
Oh. Now, did you calculate an approximate or an estimate of the frequency of the polymarker characteristics that are shared by the shoe print and Nicole Brown?
Yes, we did.
Could you describe those for us?
Yes, but you'll have to let me find it.
Fine.
Let's see. Okay.
Could you describe them first?
The 3 numbers.
Yes, the most common, I'm sorry, the most common through to the most rare.
Okay. For that set of types for the polymarker, the most common frequency was in Caucasians, and that number was 1 in 48. The middle frequency was that for Hispanics, and that number was 1 in 110. And the rarest frequency of that group was for African Americans, and that was 1 in 610. And these, again, whenever I say 1 in something, if I don't say approximately 1 in something, I should be. That's what I mean to be saying.
In other words, you're not offering, or your laboratory doesn't offer, that when an estimate is made of 1 out of 100, let's say, that if one examined 100 people, one would find one person with these characteristics, went to another group, and out of 100 would find these characteristics once and only once.
That's what the probability is telling you, but in reality, it might be slightly different than that. It might be you might find 2 in 100 or none in 100.
All right. Could you then, with respect to the shoe print, then write in those frequency ranges that you just described? Now, item 78, the boot drop, you described that as a mixture, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's turn now then to 84A, the left nail clippings and scrapings. And you described the fact that at the DQ alpha marker and poly markers, that those characteristics were consistent with Nicole Brown.
Yes.
Did you calculate frequencies for that combination of markers?
Yes, we did.
Can you describe them in the way that you have previously?
Yes. You have to give me just a second.
All right.
Okay.
And these are estimates that you made based on your DQ alpha results and polymarker results.
That's right.
Could you then describe that for 84A?
They're going to be all the same figure for the various 84 things.
In other words, 84A as well as the two samples from 84B, the right-hand nail clippings and scrapings, your laboratory obtained the same results for all three.
That's right.
All right, could you then describe them?
The most common figure for that combination of types is approximately 1 in 2,500. The middle range frequency comes out to be the one for Hispanics, and that's approximately 1 in 7,300. And the most rare comes out to be the one for African Americans for this combination, and that's 1 in 26,000.
Could you then, in the three locations for item number 48, the fingernail clippings and scrapings, could you write in that range in the three locations under frequency?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Cotton. Now, why is there a difference in these estimates between that of the shoe print, number 56, which matched Nicole Brown, and the estimates for the fingernail clippings and scrapings that also match Nicole Brown?
The difference is that for the fingernail clippings and scrapings, that information includes the DQ alpha frequencies. And for the shoe print, that does not.
If the shoe print control dot had appeared properly and the types had shown as they appeared to you even without the control dot, would the estimated frequency for the shoe print then be the same as that for the fingernail clippings and scrapings?
Sustained.
In any event, the DQ alpha, there's the fact that there was no result on the shoe print is what makes these frequencies different.
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to turn to what's been marked People's Exhibit 261, the Rockingham results. All right. Dr. Cotton, if you would, and I'm referring you to what's the Rockingham driveway stain, item number 7.
Yes,
Did you calculate a frequency for those characteristics that are consistent with Mr. Simpson from that blood stain?
yes, we did.
And was that for polymarker alone because of the absence of a C dot on the DQ alpha results?
That's right.
Okay, could you describe that for us, please?
I have to find it. Okay.
And what are those estimates?
The estimates range from the most common being for African Americans, approximately 1 in 410. The middle range happens to be, in this case, for Hispanics with 1 in 1,500, 1,500. And the most rare comes out to be for Caucasians, and that's approximately 1 in 3,400.
All right, would you, on the board that's been marked People's Exhibit
261.
Thank you. Then write that range next to, or at the far end of that Rockingham stain number 7. And then as to the last result on this board, referring you to the stain from the Rockingham foyer, number 12, you obtained both RFLP and PCR results, correct?
Yes, we did.
As far as this 5-probe match using the RFLP technique, did you calculate an estimate of the approximate rarity of those characteristics that match Mr. Simpson using RFLP typing?
Yes, we did.
Would that be the same or different from the earlier results from the Bundy crime scene, item number 52, at which Mr. Simpson matched that Bundy stain as well?
It's the same.
All right. Could you just then repeat it by writing it on the board again? Now, Dr. Cotton, you have written in as to the estimations of how rare these matching characteristics are between the bloodstain from the Rockingham foyer that matches Mr. Simpson as between approximately 1 in 170 million and 1 in 1.2 billion. Is that right?
That's right.
And is that the same result again in terms of these estimates as the bloodstain number 52 at Bundy?
Yes, it is.
Now, did you also perform PCR typing on this same Rockingham foyer stain and estimated how rare those characteristics are that are shared with Mr. Simpson?
For the PCR types?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
In this instance, unlike number 7, did you also have a DQ alpha result?
Yes, we did.
All right. Could you describe for us the relative rarity of these characteristics that are consistent with Mr. Simpson using PCR typing?
Yes. Those results come out to be the most common frequency for that group of types is in African Americans, and that figure is approximately 1 in 5,200. The mid-range frequency comes out to be the one for Hispanics, and that's approximately 1 in 32,000. And the most rare frequency for that group of types comes out to be the one for Caucasians, and that's 1 in 56,000.
Now, are these estimates the same as with the Bundy crime scene estimate stains that were consistent with Mr. Simpson using PCR?
Yes, they are.
All right. Could you then go ahead and write those numbers under the PCR portion of item number 12, the Rockingham foyer stain. Now, lastly, Dr. Cotton, what I'm going to ask is that the last result board be used, which is People's Exhibit 262. And I'm going to refer you to the one result, or one evidence item rather, that you've described earlier, the socks. Do you have in the material before you your approximations of how common or how rare the matching characteristics are shared by the sock and Nicole Brown?
Yes, I do.
With respect to your RFLP typing and the 5-probe match, can you describe for the jury, please, approximately how rare those characteristics are shared by the sock and Nicole Brown?
For the RFLP results, the range of numbers goes from the most, oh, wait 1 second. The most common being the approximation for Western Hispanics, and that is 1 in 6.8 billion. The mid-range figure is for Caucasians, and that number is approximately 1 in 9.7 billion. And the figure that would be most rare is for African Americans, and that number is 1 in 530 billion.
All right, Dr. Cotton, could you on the board, and referring to again the exhibit, People's Exhibit 262, write in that range for the 5-probe match between Nicole Brown and the sock? Next to what's been labeled RFLP under the frequency column. All right, Dr. Cotton, you have written in under frequencies 1 in 6.8 billion to 1 in 530 billion. Is that right?
Yes.
How many people are on Earth?
Well, I don't personally know, but the figure I've been quoted is about 5 billion, I think.
What do these results mean then?
Sustained.
Did you also calculate a frequency just based on your PCR typing of the sock as well?
Yes, we did.
And could you describe that for us?
Yes, just 1 second. Based on the PCR types alone, the figures come out as follows. The most common is for Caucasians, and that figure is 1 in approximately 2,500. Mid-range frequency is for Hispanics, and that number is 1 in approximately 7,300. And the most rare type comes out to be the one for African Americans, and that's approximately 1 in 26,000.
Are these the same estimates on the earlier samples using PCR that were consistent with Nicole Brown, such as the fingernails?
Yes.
All right, and lastly, could you just write those numbers under PCR for the sock? And again, these were 6 different genetic markers using PCR, then the 5 markers used to type this sample using the RFLP process.
Yes.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1 o'clock. All right, Dr. Cotton. All right, Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? Good afternoon again, Dr. Cotton.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded you were still under oath, and Mr. Clark, you may conclude your direct examination.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Cotton, following the end, or when you concluded testing on different pieces of evidence, would they be returned to the original agency that sent them to you?
Yes.
And as far as evidence in this case was concerned, did the bulk of it, was the bulk of it returned to the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Did you release a couple of pieces, at least 2 pieces of evidence to another laboratory?
Yes, we did.
All right, in particular, can you tell us with regard to the Bundy bloodstain, item number 52, can you tell us when it was released?
It was released on October 13th, 1994,
To the custody of any particular individual?
to the custody of Michael Stevens.
Do you know who Michael Stevens is?
He, in parentheses, it has LADA. I assume that stands for Los Angeles District Attorney's Office.
All right, with regard to this Bundy stain, item 52, can you describe for us, please, exactly what was released to his custody?
Yes, but you'll have to wait 1 second.
All right.
It would have been the 10% cuttings from the 2 bloodstains that comprise that item.
So this would have been, as far as this particular evidence, item 52, the Bundy bloodstain was concerned, would have been 2 of those little cuttings, the smaller or 10% or approximate 10% portions?
Yes,
And that would have been 2 separate cuttings, but from the same evidence swatches.
that's right.
Were those the cuttings made by Dr. Blake?
Yes, they were.
On that date, did you also release to Mr. Stevens anything with regard to number 78, the boot stain?
Yes, we did.
What was that?
And hang on just 1 minute. That would have been the 10% cutting from that also.
Again, also, that would be a single 10% cutting?
Yes,
And was that also the cutting done by Dr. Blake?
yes.
As far as the Department of Justice was concerned, did you at some time provide them with any photographs of your product gels?
Yes, we did.
Did you also provide them photographs of your yield gels?
Yes, we did. That's sort of the same thing.
In what way?
Product gel is synonymous with yield gel. We provided them a picture of that gel, but it's the same. You've used 2 terms to describe the same thing.
Okay. Are these gels that you look at to see if the DNA has amplified?
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Product gel being the gel, we haven't actually talked about that, but you can run a small gel to see if your DNA is amplified, and yes, product gel in that sense is different from yield gel, and we did provide that, both of them.
Both types to the Department of
Yes.
Justice? Now, Dr. Cotton, to your knowledge, have all the records, raw data, or copies of the raw data, and photographs in this case from your laboratory been provided to the defense?
Yes.
Do you know of any case in your laboratory where the volume of materials provided to the defense has been more extensive than this case?
Sustained.
Did you provide the defense your population databases?
Yes, we did.
Did you provide them your written protocols and manuals?
Yes, we did.
Dr. Cotton, as a result of the testing and the results you've described at your laboratory, are there any questions in your mind about the accuracy of the results reported by your laboratory in this case?
No, there are not.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, do you need a moment?
I need some time just to
All right.
set up and
All right.
move things around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, when we switch from direct examination to cross-examination, I normally take a break to allow the lawyers to shift their exhibits and things and get organized. So we'll take probably about 10 or 15 minutes. Let me ask you to step back into the jury room. I came up with an application error. Ready?
Yes.
All right, let's have the jury, please. Mr. Neufeld,
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
what kind of board is this? What kind of a board is this? How do you propose we preserve that for the record?
We have Howard House can take a photograph of it.
All right.
All rise.
Seated. Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, Mr. Clark, as to the items presented thus far, you've completed your direct examination subject to the reopening, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, you may commence your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Cotton.
Good afternoon.
Now, Dr. Cotton, on direct examination, you were asked repeatedly during the direct examination whether or not degradation, okay, the process of degradation could change one person's DNA into another. And I believe that each time you answered that question, you said no. Is that right?
That's right.
And by the way, have you been following this trial at all?
I've watched part of the opening arguments and then bits and pieces of testimony and maybe 30 minutes here and there as the trial's gone along.
Okay. Have you at all, at any time during these proceedings that you've followed, Dr. Cotton, ever heard either Mr. Blazer, Mr. Scheck, or myself suggest to any witnesses at all that through the process of degradation, a person's blood could change from one person to another?
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you a hypothetical, Dr. Cotton. I'd like you to assume for a moment that the blood drops that were recovered from Bundy did not come from Mr. Simpson, but instead come from some other person. And I'd also like you to assume, for the purpose of this hypothetical, that the blood drops recovered at Rockingham are indeed Mr. Simpson's blood. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, I'd also like you to assume, for the purpose of this hypothetical, that due to the manner in which the Bundy blood drops were collected, packaged, and processed, that they became degraded. Okay?
Okay.
And in fact, you've described, I think, in detail during direct examination how blood stains or blood drops can become degraded. Isn't that right?
Yes.
For instance, in this case, you mentioned that the...
Excuse me, counsel. We're going to have to move this easel because it's blocking two of the jurors' view of Dr.
okay.
Cotton. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
For instance, you mentioned during direct examination that item 56, I'm asking that item 56, which is exhibit number 256, go up on the Elmo. And I believe, if you would, if you could stand and just use the pointer to point out to the jury where lane 56 is again.
Down here, you mean?
Well,
Yeah.
actually. Come over. Come over to 56. Now, back up one. Blank ones. There. Okay. Is that the lane of reflecting a DNA test on item 56?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as you can see, and I believe as you testified, that lane is clear, right?
That's right.
And that's an indication that the DNA from that sample degraded considerably. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, here's a picture. Yeah. And when you first looked at item 56 in the laboratory, before you even looked at it on the level of DNA, you just saw these swatches, you couldn't tell just from looking at it that the DNA was degraded. Isn't that right?
Of course.
And to the naked eye, in fact, it didn't look any different than item 52, for instance, did it?
That's right.
Now, I'll get it in a second. Now, what I'd like you to assume, ma'am, doctor, excuse me,
Either
Well-
way is fine.
okay, what I'd like you to assume, Dr. Cotton, is that those drops from Bundy, which were not left by Mr. Simpson, but became degraded in the packaging or handling process, such that all the DNA that was in that sample and on those swatches was completely lost to degradation. Okay?
Okay,
Now what I'd like you to assume is that when those swatches from the Bundy drops get back to the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory, they are brought into contact with the swatches from Rockingham, which I've already asked you to assume came from Mr. Simpson. Okay?
okay,
And that the Rockingham drops, or at least some of them, such as item number 12, were not very degraded. Okay?
that's right.
I believe you even said on direct examination that item 12 seemed to be in good shape, relatively speaking.
It does.
And so there was a lot more DNA on item 12 than there was, for instance, on item 52. Is that right?
That's right.
In fact, there was a lot more DNA on item 12, which comes from Mr. Simpson's foyer, than there was on any of the drops from Rockingham. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And what I'd like you to assume for the purpose of this hypothetical, Dr. Cotton, is that these blood drop stains from Bundy, when they're brought back to the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory, came into contact with Rockingham drops, which had more DNA in it, and that those swatches from Rockingham cross-contaminated, by accident, the swatches from Bundy. Okay?
Sorry, Your Honor, objection?
Let me see counsel at side door, please.
Dr. Cotton, now, just again, because we had a little bit of a break, assuming again that the drops at Bundy were not deposited by Mr. Simpson, but were deposited by someone else, and assume that in the process of collection, processing, and handling and packaging of those drops, that the stains became so degraded as to lose their DNA content, to some extent, as it would look like here on item 56. I believe that also happened in your laboratory with respect to item 42, didn't it? That was from the pool of blood near Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson's body. Did you see that same phenomena?
No foundation.
Overruled. Do you recall that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Don't you recall that you didn't even see a control dot on item 42?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, put aside item 42 then, okay? I just would like you to make this assumption that that degree of degradation occurred, so that the items actually lost their DNA content.
Right, I understand.
Okay, now even when that happens,
Sorry, Your Honor, objection, no foundation. Actually misstates the evidence.
Rephrase the question.
I'm asking you to assume, for the purpose of this hypothetical, that the items, the swatches taken from the Bundy blood drops became so degraded as to lose all recognizable DNA. Okay?
Yes,
Thank you. And I'm asking you to assume that at a later point in time at the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory, they came into contact inadvertently with swatches from Rockingham that had Mr. Simpson's blood on it and that had more DNA in them. Okay?
yes,
I'm asking you to assume that they also came into contact with Mr. Simpson's reference sample, meaning the vial of fresh blood. All right? Just assume those three premises.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
Assumes facts not in evidence. No foundation.
Your Honor, the subject.
Sustained. As to that additional item, that's more than we discussed at sidebar. Sustained.
Fine. Limit the hypothetical then to the Bundy swatches coming into contact with the Rockingham swatches. All right?
yes.
Okay. Now, given those assumptions, is it possible scientifically that when they come into contact with Rockingham swatches, that there can be cross-contamination from Rockingham swatches to the Bundy swatches? Is that scientifically possible?
Are you asking me if it's scientifically possible, or does the state of the DNA in this case support that?
I'm asking you whether it's scientifically possible, Dr. Cotton.
Certainly, I suppose it would be scientifically possible for a very small amount of material to be transferred from one swatch to another.
Okay. Now, Dr. Cotton, furthermore, we're talking about, let me back up again. And if some of the material from the Rockingham swatches that,
Forgive me. Is the auto rads there on top of the monitor here, are those evidence?
yes,
Okay, just don't want you to melt them there.
all right.
Proceed.
If some of the blood from the Rockingham swatches that represent Mr. Simpson's blood came in contact with the swatches from Bundy, which were degraded, so degraded as to not to have any more DNA recognizable, given my hypothetical, excuse me. Under those facts and circumstances, Dr. Cotton, is it possible that the contaminated sample, contaminated by Mr. Simpson's blood, is what you would see if you did a DNA test?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
You'd have to ask me what kind of DNA test before I could answer you.
Okay, well, in the first instance, let me ask you about item 52. Item 52 was a blood drop from Bundy, is that right?
Yes,
And I think you said that based on your own experience in the laboratory, item 52 appears to have very little DNA in the lane. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you mentioned that there is a method that Cellmark has at its disposal to estimate the amount of human DNA in a sample. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And what is that called, Dr. Cotton?
It's referred to as a slot blot, which is just a way to use a probe that's human specific on a small part of the sample and see how much signal you get and compare that to a whole series of controls of known amounts, and you can make an estimation from that as about how much human DNA that you have, and it has some limitations, but it's very useful.
All right. And did you in fact do a slot blot, in this case, on item 52?
Yes, I believe we did.
And did that slot blot produce a result giving you an estimate as to approximately how much DNA was present in the entire sample?
I'd have to go into the records to tell you.
Please do.
Okay. For this, I'm going to get out the original records since those will be better for me to be looking
Okay.
at.
While you're looking, Dr. Cotton, I'm just going to, with the court's permission, replace the exhibit that's on the Elmo with item 257B, which reflects item 52.
People's 257B.
People's.
Item 52.
People's 257B,
Item 52.
which reflects item 52. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Cotton, you got the slot blot?
I have it.
You have looked at it?
I've looked at it, and if you can ask the question again, so.
Okay. Based on your review of the slot blot, is there an estimate as to how much DNA was present, at least in the sample that you did the slot blot on?
From the slot blot, the amount of DNA appears to be about 25 nanograms altogether. However, the slot blot is a separate extraction from the DNA that was extracted that goes on the autorad. There is no slot blot for the DNA that was loaded on the agarose gel, which is what you're seeing on the autorad. The only estimation of that amount of DNA would come from the yield gel or looking at the film itself and making an estimation.
Well, okay, let's just back up a second. The yield gel simply tells you how much DNA is present. It doesn't tell you whether or not it's bacterial DNA or human DNA. Isn't that right?
That's absolutely right.
Right. And you're saying that this slot blot does not represent 10% of the entire sample that you received minus that 10% cut that's saved?
That's what I'm telling you.
All right. What percentage of the entire sample is represented in the slot blot?
About-
Approximately.
About 10%.
Of the entire sample?
Well, let me lay it out, and so
Please.
that we won't get confused. 10% of the sample was, and this is an approximation because you're cutting from, an irregularly shaped thing. 10% of the sample was used for the PCR test. The slot blot was done for that 10%. A DNA extraction was done from that 10% of that DNA for the PCR, and of that DNA extraction, 10% of it would have been loaded on the slot blot, so that all we can really say in response to your question is, of the DNA that was extracted for PCR, approximately 25 nanograms would have been available. That is maybe approximately 10% of the entire sample.
All right. Would you agree that the banding pattern, I'm sorry, withdrawing. You said a moment ago that one way to estimate how much DNA is present in the sample is to look at the autorods themselves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that there is significantly less DNA present in lane 52 than in any of the reference samples, for instance?
Yes.
And there's significantly less DNA present in 52 than there is in item 12.
Yes.
And what is your target when you are loading lanes to do RFLP typing?
We don't have a specific target, but generally we will not want to go below 25 nanograms.
Well, does your protocol in fact say that you should have at least 50 nanograms?
No, I don't believe it does.
Well, does your protocol say, with respect to the question of how much DNA one can get a result from, say that 50 nanograms of DNA may give an RFLP banding pattern? Does it say that?
I don't have that huge protocol memorized. If that is a copy of it and you're reading from it, then I will agree with you.
No. I
But,
can just show it to you. very
Okay,
quickly.
that'd be good. Yes, it says 50 nanograms may give an RFLP result.
But what you're saying is that based on your experience, that sometimes you can even get an RFLP result from as little as 25 nanograms?
Yes, actually, you could probably even go slightly lower than that, but it depends on the quality of the DNA.
Okay, and would you agree that, as evidenced by the banding patterns here, you are close to that minimal amount that you're talking about?
For item 52, yes, we're very close.
Okay, which would mean that somewhere in that 25 nanogram range, more or less.
Yes, that would be my estimation.
Okay. And would you agree that, a microliter of blood has as little as 20 to 40 nanograms of DNA in it, if it's in good shape?
To tell you the truth, I don't actually know what the correct figure for that would be.
Let me just show you something just to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Page count.
Page 28.
Your Honor, I have a objection as to foundation at this point.
Sustain. Ask the question. Go ahead and stay there. Ask the question.
Well,
Dr. Cardin, are you familiar with the NRC report?
Your Honor, I would do a whole series of questions if you'd like, and I'll do that now. Sorry. Dr. Cotton, what is the National Academy of Science?
It's an organization of scientists who have done very important work in their respective fields and been elected to become members of the National Academy of Science.
It would be fair to say that it basically includes the most distinguished members of the scientific community in this country.
Well, I don't know that it includes all of the most distinguished, but it includes a good many of them.
All right. And in 1990, did the National Academy of Science commission a study on the reliability of forensic DNA profiling?
Yes, they did.
And to do that study, did the National Academy of Science appoint a committee to do the investigation?
Yes, I don't.
Objection as to relevance at this point.
Few more questions, Counsel. I'll overrule it subject to later motion, but let's get to the chase here.
And would you agree that some of the more esteemed members of the forensic science community and genetics community participated in this committee that eventually drafted a book?
I will agree with you that some of the members were very knowledgeable, but you may have overstated their standing somewhat.
Okay. In fact, you personally testified before this committee, did you not, before this report was prepared?
Testimony wouldn't be my choice of words. I didn't take any kind of oath or anything. I just gave a short talk.
And the participants asked you questions as well?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, this report was funded by, in part, the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Objection. Hearsay and relevance at this point.
Overruled.
I believe that was where some of the funding came from, and some came from other sources.
Such as the National Institute of Health and other
Yes.
government agencies?
Yes.
And eventually, in April of 1992, the National Academy of Science Press published their final report. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And no doubt you have carefully, I think you even said on direct examination, that you have read this report many times.
I have.
And whether or not you agree with all of its findings, Dr. Cotton, would it be fair to say that you have considered all that is written in this book before reaching your own opinions?
Well, excuse me. Objection. Vague.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Let's
All right.
narrow it down.
Fine. Have you considered the conclusions and observations in this book as part of the process of reaching your own opinions about the reliability of forensic DNA profiling?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Well, the book has a number of chapters, does it not, Dr. Cotton?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And have you considered the chapter entitled DNA Typing Technical Considerations as part of the process in reaching your own opinions and conclusions about forensic DNA profiling?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Do you mean, have I thought about what they said?
Yes.
Certainly, I thought about it.
And now I'm going to ask you exactly the same question with respect to Chapter 3, which is DNA Typing, Statistical Basis for Interpretation. Have you thought about what they said as well?
Yes.
And have you thought about what they said in Chapter 4, entitled Ensuring High Standards?
Yes.
Fine. Okay, now, in that Chapter 2, I'd like you, which you said you did think about and consider in reaching your opinions and conclusions, I'd like...
Objection misstates the evidence.
No, it doesn't.
Sustained. It does. Rephrase the question.
With respect to Chapter 2, that you have acknowledged thinking about and considering, I'd like to ask you about a particular table, Table 1.1.
Sorry, Your Honor. Same objection.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Is this still a foundation?
Yes. reliance here, counsel.
Consider there. Dr. Cotton? And you said a moment ago that you thought about the contents of each of those specific chapters which I referred to. And did you consider the contents of those particular chapters which I just referred to in formulating or coming to your own conclusions and opinions, whether or not you accept or reject the contents of those chapters?
Objection also made.
Sustained.
Dr. Cotton, did you consider the contents of Chapter 2 in formulating your own opinions? One second. In formulating your own opinions regarding the technical considerations for DNA typing?
Overruled.
I read that chapter. I thought about what it had to say. I don't agree with all the things that are in the chapter, but I certainly thought about them as I read them.
And when you thought about them as you read them, even if you didn't agree with, by the way, are there some things in the chapter which you do agree with?
That would be applied to the whole book. There are things that I agree with, and there are things that I don't agree with.
Fine. But in helping you to reach your conclusions and your current opinions, did you at least consider the positions taken in those 3 chapters that we just described?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I don't think
Wait,
that.
sustained.
Oh.
All right, we'll go through it chapter by chapter again, Your Honor. Have you considered,
Counsel, I indicated to you as clearly as I could, the issue is reliance in forming an opinion. The fact that you read something doesn't necessarily mean that you can be cross-examined on it.
I
Has to be the
understand.
base, has to be the basis of an opinion. Proceed.
forming your opinion that you've given to this jury in this case, did you consider the substance of what appears in Chapter 2, DNA typing technical considerations?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer that yes or no.
No.
Didn't consider it at all?
If you're asking me, did I consider that chapter informing my opinions that I've presented regarding this evidence, I have to say I did not.
Well, when I say that, let me clarify that. Did you consider this chapter in formulating your opinions on the technical considerations of DNA typing in general, which of course is one of the things that well, let me back up. Are the technical considerations of DNA typing one factor that you consider when you assess evidence in a case?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
course.
Okay. And on a foundation or threshold level, Dr. Cotton, in coming to your own conclusions and understanding about the various technical considerations involved in forensic DNA profiling, did you consider what the National Academy of Science report said in this book, DNA Technology and Forensic Science?
Same objection, Your Honor. And asked and answered.
Oh, yes or no?
No.
One moment. Please have a sidebar. I might save some time.
With court board, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Well, Dr. Cotton, just with respect to, I sort of forgot where I was, but,
Thought we were trying to establish the minimum thresholds for RFLP testing.
okay. Let me just ask you whether or not, looking at a particular chart would refresh your recollection as to how many nanograms of DNA is in a milliliter of blood. May I approach the witness, just for the purpose of refreshing her recollection?
Do you recall having seen a chart like that in the?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and show it.
Thank you.
It's on page 28.
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the page.
28.
The,
All right. The only issue is, does that refresh your recollection as to these items, Dr.?
yes.
All right. Ms. Neufeld.
Can I get out my copy so I can keep looking at it?
Go right ahead.
What page is the chart on again?
28.
28.
I'm ready.
So your own copy of the book entitled DNA Technology and Forensic Science?
Yeah, it looks just like yours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I think you said, in fact, that there are certain portions of this book that you agree with, and there are certain portions of the book that you disagree with?
That's right.
And as to the portions of the book that you agree with, would it be fair to say that you have considered and relied on those portions, at least, in helping to develop your own opinions on forensic DNA profiling?
The portions I agree with, yes.
Okay. And now, so if I bring up a certain portion, I'm going to ask you at a certain point whether it's something you agree with or disagree with, so we can eliminate it immediately. All right, Dr. Cotton?
That'd be fine.
Good. All right. According to, by the way, do you agree with the numbers reflected in Table 1-1?
They seem to fit with what seems to be about right, yeah.
Okay. And would it be correct then, Dr. Cotton, in concluding there are approximately 20,000 to 40,000 nanograms of DNA in a milliliter of blood?
I don't know the answer to that question. This chart is talking about a stain of a square millimeter, and how that would relate to a given volume, I'm not sure.
No, I'm not looking at the stain portions of the table, Dr. Cotton. I'm asking you about the very first line where it simply says blood, 20,000
okay.
to 40,000 nanograms per milliliter. You see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. So put stains out of your mind for a second, all right? And let's just focus on liquid blood. Is that a correct statement, more or less, that a milliliter of liquid blood has approximately 20,000 to 40,000 nanograms of DNA in it?
Your Honor, that-
Well, that's what's listed in the chart, and that seems to be, let me just think about it for 1 second. That's probably the high end. I would be much more willing to agree with the 20,000. The 40,000 seems like a lot.
Okay. So let's assume that it's 20,000. Now, that's how much is in a milliliter. Now, a microliter is what in relation to a milliliter, Dr.
One
Cotton?
1,000th.
Okay. And show you exhibit. Which is Defendant's Exhibit 1132. And this is already in evidence. Dr. Cotton, I have just one question from this board. If there is 20 nanograms approximately in a microliter, would you agree that a microliter of blood is the approximate size of this item that I'm pointing to? And if you can't see it well, please come down off the stand.
Microliter is a volume, and that looks like the head of a pin.
Have you ever heard the expression, Dr. Cotton, that a microliter of blood is approximately the same size as the head of a pin?
No, it depends on what kind of pin you have.
Okay. Granted, have you ever heard that expression anyway?
I don't have any idea.
Would you agree that, in layman's terms, that a microliter of blood is a minuscule amount?
I certainly would.
And I think you said that it was your belief, Dr. Cotton, that there was approximately 25 nanograms of DNA in the lane that produced the order route for item 52. Is that correct?
Yes, I said 25, and this is just a very rough estimate on my part, but certainly it's going to be between 25 and 50 or 60.
Well,
It's certainly not more than that.
Well, a little bit earlier, did you say, however, that it was your estimate that it was about 25 nanograms?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if 20 nanograms of DNA could appear in a minuscule amount of blood reflected in...
1132.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Save you the trip.
Defendant's 1132. If the Bundy drops, which in my hypothetical were completely degraded, were then subjected to that minuscule amount of blood, or slightly more, would that be enough blood to produce 25 nanograms of DNA?
If it was liquid,
It would be enough, right?
yes.
Okay. And when you say liquid, you mean wet?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And
Well, excuse me, objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
sorry for the remark.
Curious to disregard thank yous and no thank yous.
I apologize.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm sure they know you didn't mean it in any bad way. But it is question and answer. Let's proceed.
Now, in my hypothetical, then, Dr. Cotton, if the Bundy, assuming that the Bundy drops did not come from Mr. Simpson, but were completely degraded in the process of collection and handling, and then were brought into contact with a minuscule amount of blood, such as reflected on defendant's exhibit, which is in front of you, 1132, it could produce the banding pattern that you see in item 52. Isn't that correct? In the hypothetical.
Objection, improper hypothetical.
Overruled.
In the hypothetical, and with my addition that it be about a microliter of liquid blood, the answer is yes.
Thank you. All right. In fact, Dr. Cotton, isn't it true that in your very laboratory, in the CACLD proficiency test that you described on direct examination, on one occasion, you had a very degraded sample brought into contact with another sample of DNA, and you only saw the banding pattern of the second sample of DNA. Is that true?
Are you referring to the first CACLD?
I am.
The way you stated it isn't exactly correct.
All right, let me rephrase the question, Dr. Cotton. Isn't it a fact that in that CACLD proficiency test, where one sample cross-contaminated another sample, you got a false positive result?
Yes, but that cross-contamination was by directly adding DNA inadvertently to the wrong tube. It didn't have anything to do with the starting samples.
Well, when it was added to the wrong tube, it was added to a tube where the DNA had totally degraded. Is that correct?
I don't actually know that. We don't know if that DNA was degraded or whether there simply just wasn't enough to see just below the level of detection.
Okay. Well, let's assume either hypothetical. Either there wasn't enough DNA left in that sample to detect the pattern, or there wasn't enough DNA left in that sample due to degradation to detect the pattern. The false positive was created, was it not, by then, inadvertently or incorrectly, mixing with that DNA from a second source.
Yes.
And by doing so, your laboratory generated what we just referred to as a false positive. Isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
And in the example that I just gave you about what happened in your own laboratory, Dr. Cotton, had that not been a proficiency test, well, I'm sorry, let me step back a second. The way you learned that Cellmark had in fact created a false positive is because the people from the California Association of Crime Laboratory Directors that ran the test wrote to you and told you that you got a false positive. Isn't that right?
That's right.
In other words, you did not know you had a false positive when you did the testing yourselves.
That's right.
And had it not been a proficiency test, Dr. Cotton, you would not have found out that you had gotten a false positive. Isn't that correct?
Objection calls for speculation irrelevant.
Sustain, speculation.
If instead of it being a proficiency test, Dr. Cotton, a false positive result would have falsely implicated somebody, wouldn't it?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Well,
It's argumentative as well.
now, given the example that I gave you about the Bundy drops being degraded and then coming into contact with blood from the Rockingham samples. Oh, by the way, one other matter on that. There has been testimony that the reference sample of Mr. Simpson was also in the evidence processing room at the same time that these Bundy stains and Rockingham stains were there. Why don't you do...
Sorry, objection states the evidence also improper as part of a hypothetical.
Overruled.
Okay. If, in fact, that reference sample of fresh blood from Mr. Simpson, I'm sorry, by the way, one other fact. There's also been testimony that the reference samples of Nicole Brown Simpson and the reference sample of Ronald Goldman were not in the evidence processing room on June 14th, on that same day. If blood from the fresh reference sample of Mr. Simpson came into contact with those swatches from the Bundy drops, and, given my hypothetical, they were completely degraded, could that cross-contamination also create the result that you saw in item 52?
Objection again, since fact's not in evidence.
Overruled.
Of course it could.
Okay. Now, and if that type of degradation and cross-contamination occurred, Dr. Cotton, your laboratory would not be able to uncover it given your testing protocol. Isn't that right?
We wouldn't detect it, of course not.
In fact, I believe you said on direct examination that your controls are designed to make sure or to minimize the likelihood of cross-contamination inside your own laboratory. Isn't that right?
That's right.
But you cannot be held accountable for what types of cross-contamination occurred on a sample before it reaches your laboratory. Isn't that right?
That's right. That's, of course, out of our control.
And even if this sample that you got was divided up when it went to you and given not just to you, Cellmark, but given to 2 or 3 other laboratories, it wouldn't make a difference in their ability to uncover this earlier cross-contamination, would it, given my hypothetical?
Objection vague also assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that since your laboratory's protocol would not be able to uncover the fact that the samples had been degraded, then cross-contaminated, that this would also be true, given your knowledge of how other DNA laboratories function? It would also be true if this sample was divided in half, and half was sent to you, and half was sent to a third laboratory.
Hold on. Proceed.
Same objection, same ground.
Sustained.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, it was brought out on direct examination that when some of these samples arrived at your laboratory, 2 defense experts, Dr. Edward Blake and Dr. Henry Lee, were present at the laboratory. Is that right?
That's right. They weren't present when the samples arrived, but they were present when the samples were opened up and the cuttings were made.
And even if Dr. Edward Blake stood and remained at your laboratory during the entire process of testing in this case, had the type of cross-contamination that I described in my hypothetical actually occurred, isn't it a fact that he would not have been able to recognize it either?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Also calls for speculation as to what Dr. Blake can recognize.
Well, based on what you said, Dr. Cotton, isn't it true that there is no control in your laboratory that you use that would be able to discover or disclose that the original Bundy drops had been contaminated with Mr. Simpson's blood? Isn't that a fact?
Yes, of course.
And so
That's
doesn't...
the third time we've asked that question.
And if you used, I believe on your chart, you said that for an item 52, you looked at 5 RFLPs, is that right?
Yes?
Well, you wouldn't be able to discover that type of cross-contamination if you used 15 or 20 RFLPs, would you?
Of course not.
We can actually get rid of this. Can I just do it? This would be better.
Mr. Scheck, which board is this?
This is 259.
Thank you.
I approach the board?
Certainly.
Dr. Cotton, if you can't see, please step down a little bit. But given my hypothetical, Dr. Cotton, about degradation in the original Bundy samples and then cross-contamination either through the Rockingham swatches, which were Mr. Simpson's blood, or from the vial of fresh blood belonging to Mr. Simpson, given that hypothetical, if that happened, you would still get the same kind of frequency that you got for item 47, isn't that correct? That wouldn't change the frequencies that you get.
It wouldn't change anything.
And given my hypothetical, even if all that occurred, Dr. Cotton, you'd still get this astronomical frequency that you have here for number 52, Bundy drop of 1 in 170 million, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And the same would apply to every single one of those Bundy drops, isn't that correct?
If your hypothetical is suggesting that each one of those Bundy drops had fit in with your hypothetical and got contaminated in the way you suggested with enough DNA, yes,
For every single one of the Bundy drops, correct?
of course.
Thank you. Have a seat. In fact, Dr. Cotton, there's even less DNA in the Bundy drops 47, 48, 49, and 50 than there was observed in 52, correct?
Yes.
So it would take even less cross-contaminating DNA to affect the PCR results in those samples than it would take to affect the RFLP result in item 52.
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Cotton, how much DNA do you need to do your PCR test, your DQ alpha test?
Depending on how degraded the sample is. If the sample's in very good condition, a half a nanogram, it doesn't necessarily have any meaning to anybody, but it's not very much. A half a nanogram will work. If the sample is degraded, then you'll require more, and the more degraded it is, the more DNA you'll require until you reach the point where you can't get a result.
Well, does the user's kit suggest that 2 nanograms of DNA be used for doing DQ alpha typing?
That's what they suggest be used, but that's only one amount of the large possibility of amounts that would work.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that unlike 20 nanograms, which might be the size of a pinhead, that 2 nanograms is barely, if at all, detectable to the naked eye?
I don't know if it's detectable. It's obviously just 1/10 of 20.
Thank you. Sorry.
Nothing to apologize for.
Okay.
Proceed.
Now, again, going back to these numbers that you testified to at the conclusion of the direct examination, Dr. Cotton, I'd like to ask you a few questions about what the number is and what the number isn't. Would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the frequency you put up there one second on it. Look at Bundy cup. Would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the numbers you put up, for instance, for item 52 of 1 in 170 million does not reflect the probability of Mr. Simpson's guilt or innocence?
Of course it doesn't.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that that number is not a probability that someone other than Mr. Simpson is in fact the source of a particular stain?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking me.
Well, it's not a source probability, is it, Dr. Cotton?
The objection then.
Vogel, you understand the question?
No, it's just a probability of any other unrelated. It's the probability that another person in a specific racial group would have that same pattern. It's not, isn't related to the source of the sample at all.
And so it wouldn't be a probability that Mr. Simpson was the person who bled at Bundy, right?
That's right.
Okay. And would you agree that the number tells us nothing at all about the probability of false or misleading matches due to errors in the collection or handling of samples?
Objection day.
The number doesn't say anything about the areas that you just mentioned.
And would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that the number tells us or tells the jury nothing about the probability of false or misleading matches due to evidence tampering?
Objection.
Vogel,
Also irrelevant.
Vogel.
It doesn't say anything about anything except the likelihood of another random person having that pattern.
So if in fact, Dr. Cotton, pursuant to my hypothetical, the matches were due to the combined effects of total degradation followed by cross-contamination with Mr. Simpson's blood, then those numbers would be irrelevant, wouldn't they?
They still mean the same thing, regardless of your hypothetical. I don't know how to answer your
We
question
wouldn't
other
have
than
the
that.
same value for the
Wait,
jury.
wait, let her finish answering the
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
They mean what they mean. They don't mean anything else.
And the number tells us nothing about the probability that the swatches were mixed up at the Los Angeles Police Department as well, does it?
Objection, since facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Well, you testified, I believe, that the number, for instance, 1 in 170 million to 1 in 1.2 billion for the item 52 is your opinion of the estimate about how rare a particular DNA profile is in the population, correct?
That's right.
Now, hypothetically, again, I'd like you to just follow one more hypothetical, Dr. Cotton. I'd like you, well, let's actually, there's one other frequency I want to ask you about, and that has to do with the frequency that you reported for the blood on the socks. And you said that the frequency of that particular pattern, I believe, ranges anywhere from 1 in 6.8 billion to 1 in 530 billion. Is that right?
I can look it up, but I'm willing to take your word
Okay.
for it.
And that number of 1 in 530 billion is merely your opinion of the estimate of how rare the particular DNA profile is that you observed on the blood stain from the socks. Is that right?
The number isn't an opinion. It's just the mathematical estimation of the frequency of that banding pattern in a particular racial group.
Well, it's your estimate.
It's our laboratory's estimate.
Thank you. Hypothetically, if we assume the socks have been examined for the presence of blood twice, once by a criminalist on the day he collected the socks at Mr. Simpson's residence, and then a second time on June 29th by other criminalists in the LAPD laboratory, and that examination on both occasions looked for and found no blood.
I'm sorry, objection, Your Honor. Argumentative in its beginning also misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Well, assume the socks had been examined twice for the presence of blood and that no blood was observed. Now assume that the socks had been tampered with.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained.
May we have a sidebar, please?
Evidence doesn't support that, counsel.
1 second. Assume that these socks, after they were collected, had been examined on June 29th for the presence of blood and no blood was readily observed. And assume furthermore that the socks had been tampered with and the blood of Nicole Brown Simpson
Objection, Your Honor. Sorry.
Your Honor, as to the second,
Sustained.
Your Honor, can I put forward a good faith basis?
Some
The
point in
sidebar?
time, not right now. See, we'll take it up at the first break. Proceed to something else.
Well, would it be fair to say, Dr. Cotton, that there is no test in your laboratory that can answer the question when or how the smear of blood got on the socks?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
And if the blood had been put on the socks at some time subsequent to June 12th or June 13th, you would still give a number of 1 in 530 billion for the presence of the DNA pattern on those socks. Is that right?
Objection seems bad, not an evidence.
Overruled.
Yes,
Now, would you agree that in analyzing DNA typing, there are various factors which can affect the strength or value of that evidence?
Objection, Benny.
Sustained.
Well, if the frequency of a matching genotype was 1, okay, in other words, everybody has it, then the evidence wouldn't have much value, isn't that right?
it would have 0 value.
Okay. If the frequency was such as that it was 1 in 5, it might have a little more value than 1 in 1. Isn't that right?
It would definitely have more value.
And if instead the frequency was 1 in a billion, it would have substantially higher value. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Now, would you also agree, however, that as laboratory errors become more likely in a particular laboratory, the value of that DNA evidence decreases?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that as laboratory error is more common in a particular laboratory, the statistical value of the DNA evidence decreases?
That's vague.
Same objection, same ground.
I believe you testified, Dr. Cotton, that you know of no scientific test that can tell the age of blood drops. Is that right?
that's right.
And so, one possible explanation for blood drops is that those blood drops could have been deposited. 1 second. One possibility is that those 5 Bundy drops could be old blood drops
Yes,
that could have been deposited sometime other than on the night of June 12th.
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. And of course, you have no idea what the probability is for that being true or not. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely none.
Right. Put a question mark. And it would be also possible, given the hypothetical, that an error in crime scene collection and packaging could produce the same result that you have on your other chart. Isn't that right?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's argumentative at this point.
Mistake. What type of mistake we're talking about?
Right. Would you agree that if cross-contamination occurred when the various samples from Bundy and Rockingham were unpackaged and blood from the Rockingham swatches came into contact with the Bundy swatches, that could produce the results that you have in your DNA testing?
Same objection.
Well, I'll allow it, but we've asked this question already.
I understand, but it's all part of a foundation, Your
I
Honor.
understand. I'll allow the question, but I'm indicating to you, we've heard this question answered already.
I'll give you the same answer as before. If the amount of contamination was sufficient to produce the DNA results from one sample to the next, then of course that's possible.
And again, you have no idea what the probability is that occurred.
Same objection, Your Honor. Over.
Of course I don't.
And with respect to cross-contamination, given the hypothetical, had the Bundy swatches come into contact the following day on the 14th with the fresh blood from Mr. Simpson's reference sample, that too could produce the results that you described a moment ago on your chart. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, Your Honor, objection,
Sustained.
improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Well, didn't you say a moment ago that had the swatches from the Bundy drops come into contact with as the fresh reference blood sample from Mr. OJ Simpson? And there has been testimony in this case that the reference samples both from Mr. Goldman and from Nicole Brown Simpson were not processed in that room on that day. Now, assuming that while that situation existed, that Mr. Simpson's sample was in the evidence processing unit at the same time that the Bundy swatches were processed, and there was contact between the fresh blood of Mr. Simpson and the Bundy swatches, could that also produce the results that you achieved in your DNA typing?
Objection, improper hypothetical misstates the evidence and assumes facts, not an evidence. Overruled.
Yes.
This is cross-contamination. I'm going to just, so I can distinguish these two, I'm going to call the first type of cross-contamination with the Rockingham swatches.
Sorry, Your Honor, is this going to be an exhibit marked or?
Yes.
All right,
And
then I
We got a problem with this one.
that was going to be my objection.
All right. It's becoming argumentative, counsel, not demonstrative.
Well, one moment.
Well, Your Honor, counsel's already writing on it again. I think the court.
I'm just writing on,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you step back in the jury room, please? The jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Neufeld, the problem we have is the same problem that caused your objection to the prosecution's boards. Now this contains argument. It's not a demonstration of the evidence. It's not an exposition of the evidence. It's argument.
no, I'm sorry. If I said I was going to have it marked, I meant marked for identification solely for demonstrative purposes. I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. And I apologize for if I,
No, that's not the way we do it. If it is an exhibit, something displayed to the jury, it cannot contain argument.
then I
All you
will
can do,
only,
the only thing you can do, I understand exactly what it is you're doing here. What you can do is list the possibilities. You can list the locations. Bundy, Rockingham, ECU, or ECR. You can list those things, but to then argue contamination, to put in things that aren't necessarily in evidence, that's argument. We don't know that there's contamination. Do you understand my point?
yeah, but Your Honor, the initial questions that I asked the witness were permissible and admissible questions, and her answers saying that another explanation would be old blood drops is also admissible. If I simply limit myself on this diagram to
What you
writing,
no, the only thing you can do is put, for example, Bundy, old blood drops, period, without argument.
fine.
All right?
And then on the second one, what I would put is Rockingham swatches EPU and nothing more. And the third one I would do,
Is it essence processing, or I thought it was evidence processing room.
I'm sorry, I'll put evidence processing room, okay? And the third one would be,
Is there a possibility we could prepare these before we do this too?
yes, if I can have 2 minutes, I'll prepare it and then we can be heard and I'll save time.
Do it.
Your Honor, in addition to that, I think once the court sustained its objection and Mr. Neufeld kept writing was extremely improper.
We'll get to that.
Another issue that you said we could take during
Well, let's spend the 2 minutes to finish with this thought.
the break. All right, we're gonna have to take a break.
Not till 3:30, actually 3:15.
All right.
But the court reporter is sitting here working, so. Step down, stretch your legs a moment. You're my guest. Don't go away, though. $3:15 and come back to 4:30. No, don't lure me into that again. don't you think tampering is a argument rather than,
All I'm asking you,
rather than the word contamination?
Your Honor, all I'm trying to elicit from this witness is that she cannot give a probability. I'm not even saying it was tampering. I'm simply saying that you permitted the question before that this is not a probability concerning whether or not there was tampering. I just want to put on this chart the same statement that she basically already said verbally. That's all it is.
May I see the chart at some point?
Oh, you can take a look right now. Oh, sorry.
I would certainly concur with the court. The word tampering is extraordinarily argumentative. And the problem with this whole chart is the fact that there's been no evidence of the type of contamination or contact with the.
Well, counsel, you know that I have to allow hypothetical questions if there is a possibility that those facts could be established.
Your Honor.
But I agree, tampering is not an appropriate word for this type of exhibit. You can put in contamination, because contamination can be either benign or malevolent.
Fine, what I'd like to do then, I would change the word tampering to simply deliberate contamination. Which, no, the reason, Your Honor, is I believe that we have.
I admire your chutzpah. Contamination, counsel. It can be benign, it can be malevolent. We don't know. It could be non-existent.
Can I put down malevolent contamination? Use your words. No, I mean, quite seriously, Your Honor, I think
And
that.
I'm equally serious. You can have contamination. That's what you get. Right?
Then what I'll do is I will change tampering to other forms of contamination.
Contamination.
Okay.
That pretty much
Well, since I
covers it.
described two types already, I would just like to be able to say as other contamination. Yeah.
Mr. Neufeld, for the 5th time, contamination. I'll give you some scotch tape and a scissor.
I can, let me do this again in 1 minute. What I was going to do, I can do it now, was as I did in the first one, there was a question mark. I was going to put in question marks until I got to the coincidental match, at which point I was going to insert the frequency estimate given by the witness. I can do it in front of the jury, or I can do it now and just have her.
So if all you're going to do is repeat what's there, that's fine. Question marks are fine. The question marks are fine.
Okay.
Let's proceed.
Not my forte, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
It counts, Mr. Neufeld.
Let's put it next to these. All right.
Let's go.
I see, Your Honor.
Sure.
Now let me put it up.
Madam Reporter, do you want to take a break? You ready to go through to 4:30?
I'm gonna need a break. That's at 1:30, that's all.
Well, we might as well take our break now. All right, let's take 10. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed any further, if you recollect at the beginning of the trial, I instructed you that you were to ignore anything that I'm doing up here, any of my expressions. For example, if I suddenly start to write down something, that doesn't mean that what the witness just said was important. I mean, for all you know, I'm just writing a note to myself to stop at the market and get dog food on the way home. So don't pay any attention to what I'm doing up here. And if I appeared to be annoyed at any time to a question or to an attorney or about that, disregard that, because my opinions, expressions, reactions to things are not evidence, not relevant to your determination in this case. All right, Dr. Cotton, would you resume the witness stand, please? Good afternoon again, Doctor. And Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Cott, please excuse my handwriting, printing. First of all, Your Honor, if I may, I just want an acknowledgement from the jury that they can at least see it from where they are.
1492?
I can see most of it, except contamination.
Okay,
All right,
all right.
proceed.
Now, Dr. Cotton, when we left off, you said that, for instance, if the stains at Bundy came from older blood drops, that would still be consistent with the results that you got and the numbers that you generated, correct?
That's right.
And you also said, I believe, that if in fact, while the Bundy swatches were in the evidence processing room and they were cross-contaminated, they were degraded and cross-contaminated with the Rockingham swatches, that also would give you the same result that you have, correct?
If you had enough contamination, yes.
Even if the Bundy drops initially came from someone other than Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And also you, well, we didn't get to this before, but we've now done this during the break. If, in fact, on the morning, during the day of the 14th, when the Bundy swatches were in the same evidence processing room with Mr. Simpson's reference sample, fresh reference sample, at a time when the reference samples of Mr. Goldman and Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson were not there, and they came in contact with one another, that too could produce the same results that you have on through DNA typing at Cellmark, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, objection. Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Noted, overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
With the same caveat, assuming there's enough contamination, the answer is yes.
Right. And again, you also said that obviously, if there's a coincidental match, in other words, if somebody else has the same profile as Mr. Simpson, that too would be able to generate the results that you got in the laboratory, correct?
Of course.
And finally, if there was some other type of contamination at another time, another place, either unintentional or deliberate, that too could produce the same results that you have on your DNA testing, correct?
Depending on what the contamination was from, it may or may not.
Okay, well, assuming that the type of contamination was the same type as described in item 2 here and item 3, but it occurred at a different time, a different place, and perhaps not so benign, somewhat malevolent, excuse me, nonetheless, would it too generate the same result that you got in the DNA profiling in this case?
Yes.
Okay, now, you said that you don't know the probability of it being old drops, correct?
Objection. Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. Assuming that they were old drops, you have no idea what the probability of that occurring is, do you?
Same objection.
He's already been asked and answered that question.
Would it be fair to say that for all of these explanations, the only one that you can give a frequency estimate on is that of a coincidental match?
Of course.
Okay. Now, let me turn. And I believe next in order would be 1144. Is that correct?
1144.
Okay. Oops. Thank you. Now, Dr. Codden, as an expert, you are often called upon to interpret data. Is that right?
Yes.
And
Sorry to interrupt. Are we finished with the exhibit?
no, I'm going to come right back to the exhibit with these next questions. And sometimes there may be more than one explanation for a certain piece of data. Isn't that right?
You mean in terms of the data that we're looking at for any specific sample set?
Well, no, just in terms of data as a side. Let me give you an example, a specific example. I believe you said on direct examination, put this up first. Now, putting up on the Elmo, people consider 257B. I believe you said on direct examination that there may be more than one explanation, for instance, why some bands are faint and others are darker.
Yes,
However, you said the most common explanation is that it's because there is less DNA in that lane. Is that correct?
that's right.
And then I think you said also that there are other secondary explanations, but they are not as common. Is that correct?
There are other secondary explanations that could contribute to a band either being darker or lighter than some other band.
But the most common explanation is because there's less DNA in the lane?
Yes.
Now, likewise, Dr. Cotton, in the various explanations that appear on defendant's exhibit, which is right next to you at this point, 1144, if any of those explanations occur with greater frequency than the 1 in 180 million, would those other explanations deserve greater attention by you?
Objection argumented.
Sustained.
All right, we can remove the exhibit. Since there'll be more drawing, I'm just going to turn the page. I believe you said on direct examination that if you were to open up a cell, a human cell that contained chromosomes, and you took out all the DNA out of that single cell, there would be approximately 3 billion base pairs. Is that correct?
No, I said 6.
Is that 6 billion base pairs or 6 billion bases?
6 billion base pairs.
Okay. And I believe you also said that approximately 99% of all of our DNA is identical. Is that correct?
That's a rough estimation. In fact, it's probably somewhat greater than 99%.
And when you say that, let's say for argument's sake, 99% is the same in all of us, you mean that the DNA that defines us as a species, as human beings, as opposed to a lobster, for instance, is all the same?
Yes.
And so the DNA that decides that we have hands and not claws is going to be the same in all of us who are sitting in this room.
We hope so.
Some lobsters don't have claws.
It's an Eastern thing, Your Honor. Now you have Maine.
No, I just said some lobsters.
All right. But it's that remaining 1%, more or less, where there is some variation within the human population, right?
Yes.
And that 1%, according to your estimate, would be approximately 60 million base pairs. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
And your tests that you do at Cellmark don't compare the 60 million base pairs showing variation within the human population, do they?
Of course not.
When Cellmark does a forensic test, it examines how many different markers within the chromosomes?
Objection today.
Oh,
When it does an RFLP test?
We have at our lab the capability of looking at 5. Some labs have the capability of looking at more, but that's what we're currently doing.
And for your PCR markers, you look at how many?
6. Well, we now have the capability of looking at 9, but for this case, we looked at 6, and so 6 would be the relevant answer.
And so would it be fair to say that there are millions and millions of base pairs showing variation that your tests don't examine?
Of course.
Now, when you say that a particular marker of DNA, that everyone is different for some of these markers, Don't you mean that if for a particular genetic marker, there is some degree of variation within the population?
Well, I didn't say that for any marker, everyone is different. But, and so your second statement is the accurate statement.
Okay. And would you also agree, I think you said it on direct, that for some of these markers, there's very little variation, in fact, within the population, whereas for some of the RFLP markers, there is considerably more?
That's right.
For instance, for some of the individual markers that make up your polymarker test, one of them is called LDLR, is that right?
Yes.
And how many different versions are there of the LDLR marker?
In that as that test is able to detect it too.
Right. So would you agree that, for instance, there's more diversity in eye color within the population than there is for the LDLR marker that you use for forensic testing?
Well, it's probably not a great comparison, but the point is correct.
Well, would you agree also that there's not a single RFLP that you actually utilize that would be unique to any one person? I guess that's redundant. Would be that one person would have and no one else would have. Is that a fair statement? At a single RFLP?
I don't think that I don't think we actually know the answer to that question.
Well, for any of the RFLPs that you utilized in this case, for which you profiled Mr. Simpson, is there any particular band that you have found that is totally unique in the human population?
As the bands are measured in this test, there are probably not ones that are unique in the population.
Okay. And I believe you also said that the first thing you do when conducting a DNA test and looking at the autorad is you make a visual comparison. Is that right?
It's not the first thing we do when we're conducting a test, but
No, after you
the
have
first
the
thing we
autorad.
do when you have the film off is to make a visual assessment of what's on that film.
And correct me if I'm mistaken, Dr. Cotton, because I want to get this right, but if they are visually indistinguishable, do you then declare them to be a match?
No.
Do you declare them to appear to be consistent with one another?
Well, at that point, we're not declaring them to be anything, because at that point, then you're going to go ahead and do the computer imaging system assessment of band size, and then you would make an assessment as whether you had a match or not. So,
And so I'm sorry, I don't mean to
so
interrupt.
you're not writing anything down. You're not saying, I have this opinion. You're just going forward.
All right. So, and you go forward to the computer because would you agree that it's necessary to have some objective and quantitative procedure for measuring the size of these bands?
The computer gives you a quantitative procedure, and it assists you in having an objective procedure, but it doesn't completely provide an objective procedure because the machine isn't smart enough to make the judgments that the human eye can make.
So it's the combination then of the person with the computer that gives you an objective and quantitative procedure for measuring the size of bands.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that given the limitations of the system, the imprecision of the system, you said that no band would be unique in your system. Is that correct?
For a single genetic location. I mean, we don't really know. I'm just saying, based on what we do know and our experience, I wouldn't want to say that there was one that was unique. So,
Well, you mentioned when you're talking about imprecision that if bands don't necessarily line up exactly, in other words, one band could have more base pairs than another band, under your system and given its imprecision, you would still declare a match. Is that correct?
if they're close enough in their measured number of base pairs, yes.
All right. Let me ask you, just to illustrate this point, assume this is the autorad and you have a band in lane 1, all right? And that band is, let's call it 10,000 base pairs. Okay, in other words, your computer has looked at that band and measured it and determined that it is a 10,000 base pair band.
Fine.
Right? Okay. Now, given your system's imprecision, how much bigger could a band be or smaller could a band be than 10,000 base pairs, and you still declare it a match under your procedure?
If you want the precise answer to that question, I need to look in our standard operating procedure, but if you'll accept something that's reasonably close,
I will.
the figure would be about 4%. There's this whole set of figures, so I'm trying to remember what the figure is in that size range, but 4% is going to be close to whatever the actual figure is.
Okay, now 4% of 10,000 is approximately what, 400?
Yes.
So if a band in lane 2 was, let's say, a little bit larger, 10,000 400 base pairs, under your system's imprecision, you would still declare a match between these two bands, even though one has 400 more base pairs to it than the other. Is that correct?
Yes, given my example of 4%, yes.
Okay. Well, is that a correct approximation? If it's not, please give me another one.
I'm just telling you it's close.
Okay.
I just don't remember the exact set of figures.
And likewise, if the band was smaller than 10,000 and was only, let's say, 9,600 base pairs, under your system's imprecision, you would still declare a match between the 9,600 base pair band and the 10,000 base pair band. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. One moment. Now, would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that within that range that I gave you there, 9,600 to 10,400 base pairs, there could be, in fact, in reality, that is, different and distinct alleles?
Of course.
Given the imprecision of your system, Dr. Cotton, that you've just described, if a item of evidence and a suspect have a band for a particular band, which in fact differ by, in our example here, let's say 400 base pairs, then you would declare the suspect and the item to be a match. Is that right? Just for that band.
Yes.
And even if, in fact, the suspect's band represented a different allele than the evidentiary allele, you would still make that declaration of a match given your system's imprecision for that single band. Is that correct?
Well, let me be clear here. In our laboratory, we don't ever report a match based on a single band. But if you're asking me, do you have this size band and this size band and they're within the correct range, are they going to be called a match? The answer is yes.
Well, just so I can understand the system, and in fact, in this particular case, when you actually did computer sizings, you did computer sizings of the bands in this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
And when you compared, for instance, a band in lane 52, and then you sized a band in Mr. Simpson's reference lane, the number of base pairs that your computer came up with was not the same number for both those lanes. Isn't that correct?
They're not identical. That's correct.
Okay. Now, one moment, Your Honor. I take it, Dr. Cotton, that to arrive at a frequency of 1 in 170 million people, you did not test the blood of 170 million people.
That's obviously correct.
In fact, you didn't test the blood of even 1 million people, is that right?
Not in my lifetime.
Or even 100,000 people?
We tested, as I said before, for the database, the size ranges from about 150 to about 325. If you add all the people in the database up, all 3 racial groups, it comes to around 500 to 600.
And it's taking a number, well, let me ask you, you gave a number, though. For instance, for for the profile, Mr. Simpson's profile, you said you'd expect to see it in 1 out of 170 million people in the African American population. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how large is your African American database from which you generated that number?
If you'll hang on just a minute, I'll
Certainly.
tell you. I'm ready.
Okay.
What I'll do is read you the sizes for the number of people that are in each probe one by one, because they're not all the same.
Well, let me ask you this then. You mean is there a single group of people who your laboratory has identified as African Americans on whom you ran all 5 of the probes that were utilized in this case?
No, there's a lot of overlap between who's, for example, been tested with MS1 and MS31 and so on, but the samples do not have, most of the samples do not have all 5 probes across each sample.
All right. Can you tell us how many of the samples you did run all 5 probes on in the African American population?
Not without going back and doing a lot of figuring from the database. I don't know that off the top of my head.
What I would simply ask is that between tonight, perhaps when we break, and tomorrow, maybe you can make some phone calls, and there's someone back at Selmark who could help you learn that, so I could ask you tomorrow.
I'll try to get that information. I don't know. I haven't been at Selmark for a while. I don't know which of my lab staff are available to help me find things in the lab.
Thank you very much.
Take into account the time difference, too.
Certainly.
Right.
Well, putting that aside, and starting out with your premise that you can't really say how many people were subjected to all 5 probes, why don't you give me the range then for within your African American database?
There are 240 people for MS1, 238 for MS31, 223 for MS43, 200 for G3, and 146 for YNH24.
So would you agree that at a maximum, the greatest number of African Americans in your African American database who have been subjected to all 5 probes would be that 140-something number you gave for YNH24?
146.
146 people.
Yes.
Okay. And so, based on your analysis of 146 people of African American ancestry, you arrived at a combined frequency in this case of 1 in 170 million people. Is that correct?
No, it's not, because some of the probes had quite a large number, more than 146. And since you're looking at the frequency of bands for each individual probe, the frequencies are not, the fact that you don't have each person across all 5 probes doesn't affect your ability to look at a frequency for a specific probe.
Fine, Dr. Cotton, so it's 200, what's the largest number? What's the largest number in the database for any of those 5 probes?
$240.
So what you did was you looked at the DNA profiles of 240 people, and from that, you extrapolated a number for the frequency of Mr. Simpson's DNA profile of 1 in 170 million people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree that there has been some controversy about the appropriateness of using databases that size for extrapolating these kinds of large numbers?
Objection, hearsay. Also irrelevant.
Oh,
I don't think that the controversy has arisen around the size of the database, and there is literature to support databases of this size for this purpose.
Well, let me go back. Where is? One moment, Your Honor. Back here. I just need to get the diagrams that Dr. Cotton made yesterday.
which
sorry.
diagrams? The hand-drawn diagrams?
The hand-drawn diagrams. Now, to compile this African-American database, did you seek subjects from different countries in Africa?
No,
Did you seek subjects from different African-American communities scattered across the United States?
no, we did not.
In fact, your entire database, your entire African-American database comes from the Red Cross in Detroit, Michigan. Isn't that right?
Yes, it does.
And would you agree that to go from a database of 250 African Americans in Detroit to a number of 1 in 170 million to 1 in 1.2 billion, you had to make certain assumptions about the independence of these different genetic characteristics?
There are a whole series of assumptions built into that calculation, and one of them is independence, but there are also tests for independence in these databases which have been done, and they have been shown based on these tests that the markers are independent.
Now, Dr. Cotton, would you agree, however, that they are based on a number of assumptions? One of which you said is that these different genetic markers are inherited independently of one another.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there is data to back up that assumption, and therefore it is not really an assumption at this point.
Would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that would you agree, Dr. Cotton, that there has been substantial controversy in the scientific community about that very assumption that you've just described?
Should rephrase the question. It's vague.
You would, one moment. Referring specifically to the assumption of independence, would you agree that with respect to that assumption, and whether or not there is adequate data to demonstrate that it's an appropriate assumption, that that itself has been the subject of significant controversy in the scientific community?
Sustain.
I'm asking her if it is.
I understand. Sustain. Would you rephrase the question, Counsel?
All right. Well, Dr. Cotton, has there been controversy in the past about that very point?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cotton, that book that you had in your purse, or your briefcase, could you take it out again, please? The NRC report?
The NRC report?
Yes. The NRC report says that there's controversy around that very assumption, doesn't it?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained. Curious to disregard the implication of the question.
Dr. Cotton, isn't there an entire chapter, namely chapter...
Objection, Your
Sustained.
Honor.
Sustained. It's hearsay.
Dr. Cotton, you said that...
What's the nature of the controversy, Doctor?
There have been a few people who are experts in population genetics who have not agreed with the way statistical calculations are made for forensic casework as given in the RFLP example. There are also a large number of people who agree that the statistical calculations are appropriate. So depending on who you phoned up, you might find an opinion one way or the other.
So are you saying that you disagree with what the NRC says?
Excuse me, objection, hearsay, Your
Sustained.
Honor.
Sustained.
Well, you said there are a few people, Dr. Cotton, who take that position. Isn't it a fact, Dr. Cotton, that as recently as November of 1994, more than 24...
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. May
Sustained.
we approach?
I'm asking if she's aware.
No, you're calling that, the question and answer calls for a hearsay conclusion as to the content of something. That's the problem. Sustained.
You said, Dr. Cotton, a moment ago, that there's a few scientists who are critical of that assumption. How many did you mean by a few?
Yeah, objection. Hearsay also, Your Honor.
Forward.
Based on the number of published articles that state an opinion one way or another, I would say there might be, this is sort of a little hard to answer, but maybe something around 5 or 6 people who have been vocal in their opposition to these calculations.
All right, Dr. Cotton, let me ask you this.
Let's finish your answer, please.
The question,
Yes.
I think that was responsive, and beyond that...
Well,
I
he
think
was still
beyond
speaking when you jumped in there, Counsel.
Sorry.
And there's an objection. When the objection's made, you need to allow me to rule on it. Did you finish your answer, Doctor?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Next question.
Do you know who Dr. Ronald Acton is?
Yes, I know Dr. Acton.
Has Dr. Acton written on the subject of population frequencies?
I'm aware of one paper that he's written.
Do you know who Dr. David Balding is?
Vaguely.
Do you know who Professor Joel Cohn is?
Objection relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I've read one paper by Dr. Cohen.
You've heard of him.
Well, through seeing his name on as the author of a paper.
Do you know who Professor and Dr. Jerry Coyne is?
I've heard of him. I haven't haven't read anything that I'm not aware that he's written anything on this topic.
Is he a population geneticist?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Fine. Are you aware of any testimony that he's given in any cases without saying what it is?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know who Dr. Peter Donnelly is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Seymour Geiser is?
Yes.
Is he a professor at the University of Minnesota?
Yes.
And Dr. Joel Cohn is professor at Rockefeller University?
An objection is irrelevant, Your Honor.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't know.
Proceed.
Do you know who Dr. Paul Hagerman is?
Yes.
He's a professor at the University of Colorado.
Yes.
You know who Dr. Daniel Crane is?
Yes. I've read one of his papers. When I say yes, I don't know these people personally, but I may have either heard of them through court issues or read something that they wrote.
Do you know who Dr. Martin Kreitman is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Charles Langley is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Professor Richard Lewontin is?
Yes.
He's a professor at Harvard University.
I understand that's where he is.
He's a population geneticist.
Yes.
Do you know who Gary Littman is?
No.
Do you know who Michael Lynch is?
No.
By the way, I didn't say doctor before each name, but just so the record is clear, each one of these is a doctor.
Well, excuse me, Your Honor, counsel's testifying now.
He is. Proceed. Curious to disregard that as,
Do you know who Dr. Terry Markow is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Lawrence Mueller is?
Yes.
Is he a professor at the University of California at Irvine?
As far as I know, yes.
in what? In what?
In the Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology.
Excuse me, Your Honor, is counsel testifying?
No, I thought, as a question.
Question.
Do you know if he's a professor in the Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology?
I think so, yes.
Do you know who Dr. Richard Nichols is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Stephen Piper is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Roland Richmond is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. William Shields is?
Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
And is Dr. William Shields a professor of population genetics and genetics at the State University of New York at Syracuse?
Yes, he is.
And do you know who Dr. Terry Speed is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Charles Taylor is?
Yes.
Is Dr. Charles Taylor a professor of the Department of Biology at the University of California in Los Angeles?
He was last time I was aware of him.
And have you heard of Dr. Elizabeth Thompson?
Yes.
And is she the chairman of the Department of Statistics at the University of Washington in Seattle?
I know she's at Seattle. I have no idea what her position is there.
And do you know who Dr. Michael Torelli is?
No.
Do you know who Dr. Donald... One moment. Do you know who Dr. Donald Ilvisacker is?
No.
And do you know who Dr. Sandy Zabel is?
No.
And finally, do you know who Dr. Marcus Feldman is?
The name sounds familiar, but again,
Would it refresh your recollection if you knew that he was a professor in the Department of Biology at Stanford University in California?
Since facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, it doesn't help.
Now, hypothetically, Dr. Cotton, if all the people on that list,
Nope.
Excuse me, Your Honor,
Nope.
objection.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Dr. Cotton, at any time in the last 5 months, have you seen a letter? I'm not saying the content of it, Your Honor.
Objection irrelevant. 721.
Sustained.
Dr. Cotton, at least as to the people whose names you recognized, do you agree that they have articulated that there exists a
Objection,
controversy?
Your Honor, hearsay.
As to-
Sustained.
Could we approach sidebar?
No. Sustained.
I would ask that this be marked next in order. Just show it to the witness,
What?
a letter.
All right. Next in order. Oh, just hand
It's
it.
just done.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm sorry, could I see the?
sure.
Is this a letter in Science magazine?
No,
What is this?
no.
May we approach it, please, Your Honor?
No.
All right.
What is it? Just tell me what it is.
It is, I'll tell.
Mr. Neufeld?
May I have my exhibit?
I'd like to look at it first.
Okay.
Apparently a
Your
letter.
Honor, there is, Sally, do you want to speak?
Counsel, what is it?
It is a letter written to nature signed by
Thank you.
25 scientists.
Thank you.
Your
I know.
Honor, that was rejected and never published.
Your Honor, it was rejected because I
Oh,
don't publish. That was,
Both of you. Dr. Cotton, you can step down. All right, the court's clear orders regarding objections with no speaking objections. Both counselors sanctioned $250. Get your checkbooks out. Right now. The answer to the court's question was the letter proposed in Science magazine. The other part was objection. The fact that it was never published was an argument. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of stuff anymore. Are we clear? March over to the clerk, both of you. The attorneys may not bill their clients for this. This is a personal sanction. You're welcome. And while they're writing, counsel, I'm aware that this letter was circulated widely, but not published.
may I be, now that the jury's not here, may I be heard on this, Your Honor?
What you can do is ask if she's familiar with it and in any way relied upon it. If the answer is no, that's the end of it. That's 721 of the Evidence Code.
The only point I'd like to make, Your Honor, is that what I was about to say was I wanted to have a sidebar so I could explain exactly why it was rejected. Because what Mr. Clark did,
I'm not getting into the publication policies of Science magazine, counsel. You're entitled to see if she relied upon it for the purposes of cross-examination. I assume you have your own experts who are going to come in. I'm sure we'll see Dr. Lewontin. All right, let's have the
Your
jury.
Honor, I really asked though for a curative with respect to what he had to say, because I didn't get to say anything as to the reason why, but he did say something that was completely improper that the jury did hear. The jury didn't hear.
As soon as they come in, I'm going to tell them to disregard everything that just went on, including my reaction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Let's have the jurors. It's Friday. But I would like, if possible, to get Dr. Cotton home.
What, today?
No. Tomorrow is Friday.
As I explained to you, I thought we were
Well, let's...
full business.
Well, you got the court's expression of its opinion as to where we're going here. What's...
LA system also utilized by the laboratories that do bone marrow transplants.
This specific test for this specific marker
No,
or
not-
HLA in general?
That HLA, the HLA cluster, is utilized by bone marrow transplant laboratories so they can look for donors, possible donors, type them using DNA typing, and then match them with somebody who is in need of a bone marrow transplant.
I don't think that most tissue typing that is looking for matches for transplants is done by DNA. I didn't mean to specifically use that example. When I referred to bone marrow transplanting, I was referring to following the results of the transplant after it occurred. And DNA RFLP analysis, I know, is used for that purpose because we have done some of that in our laboratory, and there may be other laboratories that have done that as well.
Now, you said that, that in the forensic context, what you've done is you've taken this existing technology and you've transferred it to the forensic application. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And would you agree that when you transfer an existing technology to a new application, there can be significant differences in its implementation?
Well, sure.
I'll withdraw the objection.
And would you agree that sometimes the new application can be more difficult and challenging than the original application?
Objection vague.
I'll understand.
I'm sure that could be the case.
And that the new application may present more problems of interpretation, which may affect the reliability of the new application?
It may present more problems, or it could present less problems.
Now, I need the exhibit. I'm about to go into a new subject, which is going to take a while. Could we stop then?
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Cotton, you can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess as far as the jury is concerned at this time. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And we'll stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.